Hey guys, so this is the video I wish I had when I first started with Bubble. Today we're going to be building this task manager app in a way that just teaches you the fundamentals of Bubble. So this is a video geared towards total beginners. If you've got no experience with Bubble, absolutely no problem. If you want to jump straight into the building, then follow the timestamp below. Otherwise, I just want to have a quick word about Bubble in general and the right mindset that you should have going into Bubble. Now, I want to start this conversation, ironically, by looking at some code. And look, I know that you've come to Bubble because you don't want to look at stuff like this, but bear with me, this will be quick and pretty painless. I just want us to get in our heads the idea that Bubble and this code, which is HTML code, that's a language, a programming language, all it is a medium through which we give instructions to a computer, right? So right now, this code, the representation of this code as a website is this. And you can probably, even if you don't know how to write HTML, you can maybe make sense of some of this. You can see, okay, this to-do app text here, that kind of looks like this text here. So if I change this, it's best to do app, and it changes up here. So this is, if you were going to be making a website with HTML, with sort of the traditional technologies, like maybe I add another button here, right? It would involve a process not too dissimilar from this. Obviously, AI is changing a lot of things these days, but at the end of the day, you're working in this medium, and this is what your brain has to make sense of. Now, where Bubble comes in is obviously it gives a medium that is much more visual, and that's what a lot of people like to work in more than something like this. So instead of working in code like this, you work in something like this, right? Where I just sort of click with my mouse on the different elements, and I can change this to world's best to do app. And if I want to have another button, I just sort of grab it and place it and make it do something. I can change the color of stuff just by sort of clicking. So it's visual, right? Now, regardless of whether we're working in code or we're working in Bubble, the important thing for us to take away is that we are programming, right? Coding, programming, not the same thing, right? Coding is this, right? Programming is this, Bubble, and also this, HTML, or whatever other language that you might be using, programming language that you might have learned, okay? Now, programming is simply the art of giving instructions to a computer. So you have to encode information in a way that a computer can make sense of it. And there's all kinds of best practices around that, but I want to just give a simple example to illustrate this point, because it's really important that we go into Bubble not thinking that just because it's no code and it's visual, that it's just going to do everything for us. So we still have to program. And of course, that's actually the joy in using something like Bubble. So I've got here a simple page in Bubble, and we're going to get into how all of this works. So don't worry if some of this doesn't make sense right now. The main thing to take away is I've got an input box here like you would find on any social media site where I can add a post. You know, so I can say, here is my test post, okay? Now, what I have is I've got some logic that I've built in my Bubble application that means that when I hit this post button, I'm going to create a post and save it so that other users can use it later. The place that I'm going to save it is my database. That's not really that important. We're going to get into all of that in a minute. So if I hit this post button, I'm going to do that right now. Believe it or not, I just clicked it, and did anything happen? It doesn't look like anything happened, but if I actually go into my Bubble database where all data is stored, and we're going to get into how all of this works, but I've got here basically like a table of posts that have been created, and here it is, my test post. So why did it not look like anything happened? That's because the only instruction that we actually gave to Bubble, and I'm going to go into the workflow tab here, which is where we write logic for what we want to happen in our Bubble application. And we're going to get into this, of course, as well. All I told Bubble to do is that when my button post is clicked, right, we're going to create a new post in my database. That's the only thing that I told it to do. I didn't tell it to show an alert or to reset the input, clear the input out, like the things that classically you would expect, a user would expect when they hit post on your social media site, okay? And so those things have to be programmed explicitly because Bubble, like any good programming language is not making a whole lot of assumptions that it shouldn't be making about how your application should actually function. So I could do something here, add another action in this workflow of things, in this sequence of actions that are going to happen when a button is clicked, where I could say, I want to reset the inputs, and maybe I want to show an alert to the user that their post was created. Okay, and so if I add another post here and now see how this functions, well, you see there's a nice alert and the input here was cleared. So giving some indicator to the user that something happened. And so this is the type of thing that we need to get into the habit of doing, is not assuming that Bubble is just going to do stuff for us because it's a no-code tool. We have to program effectively manually every little step that we want to happen within our application. So with that little preamble out of the way, let's actually get into the editor and start building something. I want us to all start at the same place here. So from your Bubble homepage, click create an app. You don't need to start it from a template and just give it any name you want. And if you see anything like this, obviously you can just skip right on past. Bubble has a little bit of onboarding here that you can kind of go through. So we're building here a to-do app, so I'm gonna just give it an appropriate name. You can choose the font that you want to use throughout your application. You can change this at a later time, so I wouldn't fret about it now. You can change the default colors of your app. Again, these are things that can be changed later. So for the sake of simplicity, just going to skip past all of this stuff. Don't need to add any plugins. We're going to talk about how they work a little bit later on. Okay, here we are within the Bubble editor. Now, just so you have your bearings, we are over in the design tab, and over on this left-hand side are kind of the main navigation sections of the Bubble editor. I'm not going to go through them all now, just know that we're in the design tab, and this is where we actually control what our app looks like to our end users. We are here on what is called the index page. The index page is like the first page in your application. It's the main page in your application where users go to first. And this thing that I can kind of drag around is the properties panel for the page. And the properties panel is kind of where we configure all kinds of different things for the design elements in our application. So right here on this index page, for example, what I can do is I can give it a different color, just so we can kind of see something happening here. And see, I'll just give it some random color from here. And the only other thing right now that I want you to do is go over to this layout section and just make sure that your container layout here is set to fixed, okay? I'm going to talk a little bit about this later, but for the sake of simplicity, we just want to have a fixed layout for now. And that means that we can do something like this. We can come over on the left-hand side, and you can even drag this up, so it's a little easier to see. And we see here that we've got all kinds of different visual elements, right? These are just components that we can put on the page that our end users can see. So text is pretty much as simple as it gets, right? I can drag it onto here. And you can see here the properties panel for this text element was automatically selected. And I can actually change now between them. Now I'm configuring the index again. And if I click over on the text element, now I'm configuring the text element again. You can see that because this is what the element is called here up the top. I can change the value of this text element to something like hello world, and I encourage you to follow along with me here. Every time I make a change here in the editor, you should also be making the change just to see and prove to yourself how these things work, right? Get a feeling for it. So now I've got my text element on the page, and we actually have a page that we can share out on the internet. If I go over here to preview and hit this, I'm going to have a new tab opened, and this is my website address that Bubble's given us, and here's my web page, okay? I've also got this funny thing down the bottom, which we're going to talk about later. That's called the debugger. But right now, this is my page. And because it's a fixed width page, because we have here on the layout for the page, this fixed container layout, what that means is that my page is going to be a set size on the sort of horizontal and the vertical axis. So this is 1080 pixels by 1000 pixels. If I shrink this down to say 600, right? And then what I can do is I can come over to my preview and just click this banner. You can see there that the page is actually smaller, okay? That's in contrast to some of these other container layouts, which are called responsive. So I can click here to say column, for example. And if I now go and view my page in a column layout, you see here it just stretches the full width of my screen. So responsive layouts are about how elements and pages should behave relative to the user's screen size. And that's a little bit more complex for us to configure, which is why right now, I'm actually going to use this undo button up here, which is a very handy thing to know where it exists, right? That's right up here. And we're just going to click that to set it back to fixed. I'm going to click it again to set it back to 1080. Pixels wide. And we want to leave things as fixed just for now so we can start to get a feel for how the rest of the bubble editor works. Responsiveness is something that we can tackle at a time, and I'll put a link to a video up here where I explain how responsiveness works in Bubble. So if we think about kind of the first step for our to-do app, I think that it makes sense to have a form where we can create a to-do entry, right? To create a task. So I might change this to be some kind of title. So I can say here, create task. And I have these properties down here that let me change all kinds of things about this text element. I can change, for example, the font size. I can change something called the font weight, which is essentially like a scale of boldness. I can change the font color if I would like. Maybe I will change my background color here back to white so it's kind of clear what's going on. And you also have something here called styles. I'm going to talk about them a little bit later, but they're basically just like pre-configured collections of these various style properties that you see down here. So you can apply them to multiple different elements. So right here, like I've got like heading 1, heading 2, heading 3. So let's just have a heading 3 for now. We might have eventually a button. I'm going to drag a button down here. And in the properties panel for the button, I can choose here if I want to have a label. So here I'll put create. And in between the two, right, I might want some inputs. So inputs, if we go down here, are things that let us collect information from the user. And there's various different types of inputs. There's also inputs created by the community in the form of plugins, which we can talk a little bit about later. But right now I just want to use the built-in kind of basic text input and put that over here. And what I can do already is just go and preview the page here and just show you these changes on our live website. And here it is. So we've got header and we've got our button and our input, which as you can see, allows me to type stuff. It also has some built-in behavior here. You can see as it's hovered, things happen. When I actually click it, it's now in what is called a focused state and it's got this different border, okay? That kind of behavior is something that we're going to talk a little bit in this video about how to configure. But for now, just sort of observe that as I change stuff here, right, I can instantly preview it here. And that's a really good habit to get into is as you make a change, whatever the change is here, let's just go in and preview right away. So you can just make sure that what you've just changed hasn't broken the application and is behaving as you expect. Where you usually get into problems when you're programming and you start to get confused as to why things aren't working is where you've made a whole bunch of changes all at once and then you've hit preview and you don't actually know which of the changes that you made is the reason why your application is now broken. The other thing I want to draw your attention to is the elements tree. Just notice how now that we're adding stuff here on the page that it's appearing here within the elements tree. So the elements tree is literally just a running audit of the things, the elements that exist here within the canvas. So you can click on them here to have them highlighted, which is really handy for not getting lost as your applications start to become more complex. So this input here, I might make this the input for collecting the task name. And so how I can prompt the user to make this the task name is I've got this type here text that I can change. That's the placeholder text. So I'm going to change that to something like task name. And if I go ahead and preview this, just as we've discussed we should be doing as a best practice, you can see here that now it's reflected as task name. Once I start typing, then that placeholder text goes away. The other thing I want to draw your attention to here is this content format. So right now we've got this set to text, but I have a whole bunch of different options here that allow this input to basically treat the information inside as a different kind of category of information. So if I was to change this to, for example, an integer, right, which from maths class you may remember, it literally just means a number value. So I'll put here some number. You'll see here that now I actually am typing sort of normal characters on my keyboard. I'm trying to write my name here and it's not letting me. The only types of characters that I can write are numbers, okay? So there's a bunch of different options here depending on the type of information that we want to collect. Right now, I'm just going to leave it as text and keep this as the task name. Since this is a task manager app, probably also want to collect the due date. So there's another type of element down here called a date time picker. And this is the Bubble default one. There are other community ones as well, but this one is fairly robust. And there's a whole bunch of different things that we can configure here. Most of this you can figure out just by playing around with it, what exactly that it does, right? I can collect a date and a time, or just the date. I'll actually collect a date and a time here. Initial content, we'll talk about that in a little while. How I actually want the format of the date to appear, and a bunch of other stuff here that's a little bit outside of the scope of this video. For now, I'm just gonna leave it there as it is. And the last thing that I might want to add here is, let's say that all of our tasks can have a cover image. So for that, I'm going to add a picture uploader, right? And this also has a placeholder. So I'm going to say here, cover image, okay? And so now, right, if I have something like walk the dog, I can say when exactly I want to do that. So I want to do that by the end of the weekend. Just joking. Need to do that ASAP, probably within the next hour. I need to finish this video. And some kind of cover image, okay? And there's my dog. There's definitely my dog with a photo that I took myself, not one from Google. Let me close that out. And so right now I've added the information that I want to create my task with. If I try to click this button, nothing works. And you can probably understand why. If you watched the beginning of this video, we talked about programming mindset. We haven't actually configured any logic that allows us to take this information about a task and store it somewhere so that we can then display it out to ourselves or other users at some later time. And what's more, if I refresh the page here, right, all of that information is lost, right? It does not persist between page refreshes. Now, how we have information persist, i.e. be stored somewhere so that we can retrieve it and do something with it at a later time, is by utilizing something called the database. Now, I want to just take a second just to get out of the editor and just talk about what a database is conceptually. So what we have right now, right, is our app, which I'm gonna sort of draw as this box over here. And we've got some input fields. We've got an input field for the title for this task, right? This is the title. We've got a due date, which I'm going to draw as a circle. It's like a clock. And we're gonna have a cover image, which I'm just gonna draw as a square. And the reason why I'm drawing them as different shapes is because these all hold different types of data, right? The title is a text, the due date is a date, the cover image is an image. The information inside of these inputs, and therefore the configuration for these inputs, is different. The formatting, the encoding of the information within is different. And that's gonna be really important when we save this information to the database. Now, what's gonna happen is the user is gonna input some information into these inputs, right? So they might say, buy groceries for the title, and they're gonna do it by, the 20th of January, 7 p.m. And maybe they're feeling particularly enthusiastic and they're gonna add a cover image of a grocery cart, okay? Now, our challenge is, how do we store this information so that we can retrieve it at a later time, okay? Now, in Bubble and in programming in general, the area where you store information, where you store data, is the database. And it's commonly sort of illustrated as a big drum, right? This is our database. Now, I want you to think of the database as a giant warehouse full of different shelving units, different shelves that store different things, okay? So we might have a user's shelf, right? A shelf that is configured to only hold users, right? And every time that a user signs up in our application, their information is stored in the database. And we have another shelving unit here that we're trying to configure called tasks, where I'm going to move users out of the way and just focus on tasks for a minute. So what we do when we configure a database is we first decide what are the different shelves that are going to exist. So in our case, we're trying to figure out how we store information about tasks. So we're going to create a task shelving unit, right? We're going to get out our tools and we're going to put together the shelving unit, put it in our database, put it in our warehouse. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to decide, what does a task package, a task thing, actually look like, right? Because what we ultimately want to do is we want to store a task on our task shelf in our database, just like this. And we want this little package, this little task, a container, to hold all of this information, right? So I'm just going to blow this guy up a little bit, bring in a bigger version, right? So this is our bigger version of a task. And when we configure a data type, we're doing the equivalent of this. We are creating a template package, right? A package shape that is going to work as the package for every single task, in this case, that we're going to create. And we're going to define what compartments that it has within it, right? So you can think of these as like little slots, little compartments within our task package that are configured to hold certain types of data. And we really want to have them have a one-to-one mapping, right, with the types of data, the types of information that is going to come from our application in some way. Because what that means is that we can then build logic where we take a user input, like buy groceries, and we can store it within our package, right? So notice how this is a rectangle shaped field, right? This is a compartment that is configured to hold text. Right, now we also have this due date slot, this due date compartment within our task object, our task package, right? And this is a date shaped thing. Like I rendered it here as a circle, but it's a date shaped slot, right? So we couldn't take some text value and store that in here, right? That doesn't fit. It's the wrong shape. It's the wrong type of data, right? This field, this due date field, is configured to hold a date type of information. So if we have in our application some place that is outputting a date shaped piece of information, like say a date and time picker, a date type picker input, then we can take that and we can route it from the input in our application into the new task package. And we can of course do the same thing for the cover image from our image input, right? And then what we do, right, is we've created now the package, and we're going to store that here on our tasks shelf, right? So back to our sort of small version, right? We've taken all the inputs from here, we've stored them in the package, and we're putting that on the shelf. And the important thing to remember here is that up front, we are defining what type of fields, what type of information, what compartments are going to exist on our data type, right? We are configuring a template for a task, a template for what each task that we create is going to look like. Because we might have other users logging in, they're going to add new information into their form, right? And we're going to take their information, store it in a task, and we're going to put that on the shelf as well. And then we're going to end up with a shelf, right? A database table, as we can otherwise call them, or a data type. We're going to end up with a data table that's full of tasks. So to configure this thing called a task data type that's going to hold the information that we get from our form, we're going to go into the data tab over here on the left-hand side. And when you get in here, you'll see that there is already one default data type called a user. And this is a data type that comes pre-packaged essentially with every Bubble app that you make. And that's because virtually every application is going to make use of users. And there's a few sort of built-in features with Bubble that make working with users a lot easier. We're going to ignore them for now. We're going to talk about them a little bit later. But for now, we just want to click on this little box here and type in the name for our new data type, right? So this is the equivalent of creating a new shelf in our warehouse, right? A new type of thing that we're going to store. We're not going to tick this for now. We're going to get back to that later. And we're just going to hit create. Okay, so now we have tasks and we have users. And now over here, this is where we define what Bubble calls fields, right? These are the properties, the bits of information associated with a task, right? These are, to go back to our package analogy, these are the compartments where the information related to that task, related to the package, live, okay? So we'll create a new field here, and we obviously have one called a title. And now we choose what type of thing this field is. And this is really important. This is like, how should this information, in our case the title, how should it be encoded? How should we tell Bubble how to treat it? Okay, because depending on what we set here, we have different levers. Right, we have different ways to manipulate the data. If it's text, we can do things like display that through a text element, or even do funny things like truncate the end of the text, split it into two different text, stuff like that. If it's a number field, we actually have operators related to mathematical expressions, right? We can add to numbers, subtract to numbers, multiply them, etc. If it's something like a date, we can add seconds or days to a date field. If it's an image, we can display that through an image element. We can define like how we want it to display in that image element. So all of these different types of information, they're all information related to a task, but we shouldn't be treating them exactly the same way, right? They're all different shaped things. And depending on what shape that they are, we're going to slot them in to different parts of our application and use them differently. So in the case of our title, that's obviously of type text. It can't be any other way. But then our date field, or our due date, as you'd guess, that's probably going to be a date field. As it turns out, our date picker here does output a date. So I'm going to show you that for a second, actually. I'm going to choose a date here, okay? And we ignored this thing before called the debugger, but I think this is actually a good time to get into it, is we actually have this part of it over here called inspect, which we can click on. And that allows us to click on any of the elements on our page and just see the various properties for them. And you can see here that for this date picker, we actually have this value field, which is set to empty. You might come across this too. It's only empty because it's not finished being configured yet. We actually need to choose a time as well. So if I choose January 2700 and then make sure that I have it selected, right? Now you can see what the value is, okay? Now, it's actually not really that clear from how it's encoded here, but this is a date type thing. This, I'll just jump over to the design tab. This date time picker element has an output, right? It spits out some bit of information that then we can do something with. In our case, what we want to do is pull it out and store it inside of this task object, okay? And so because what it spits out is a date-shaped thing, okay, we have to store it inside of a date-shaped field. So when we have our due date, we have to select date. So that, obviously, that's the shape for this data, if you can think of it in those terms, okay? And then finally, we've got a cover image, and of course that is an image shaped field, right? Let's choose image here. Okay, so now we have this task shaped thing, right? This task data type that can hold information related to a task. We've defined what the template for a task looks like. Now we actually have to go through the process of actually creating individual tasks. And to do that, we have this form here. So what we want to do is take all this information and package it up into a task and then store that in our database. So for us to do that, we need to talk about something called workflows. So we have this other tab over here called workflows, and this is where we define behavior for our application. This is where we define things like, when this button is clicked, I want you to take the values from these inputs, package them up, and put them inside of a task in our database. Now, to create a new workflow within the workflow tab, we just click on this new button over here. We can give it a name immediately so that we actually know what we're looking for here, and we can call this the create task workflow, right? And every workflow starts with an event, right? This is a trigger. This is the equivalent of when the button is clicked, right? Do these things. Or when the page is loaded, do these things, okay? So every workflow needs some initial trigger, right, for it to start processing its logic, processing its actions. So I'll click over here on new event, and here we choose what the trigger event actually is. And there's obviously a whole bunch of different stuff that we can choose from as default. One of the most basic is an element is clicked. So I'm gonna go over here and choose an element is clicked. And now we have a properties panel for this event, right? Just like we have these properties windows, properties panels for design elements, we also have them within the workflow tab here. So I want to choose here what element, upon being clicked, is going to trigger this workflow. right? So we've only got two elements that are appropriate for this. We've got the button on our page and we've got the title text. So we're obviously going to choose the button. Now, just as a shortcut, I want to show you another way of creating this, okay? If I just delete this workflow altogether, delete this event, as it's sometimes called in Bubble, if I go into the design tab and from an element that can be clicked, I can actually click this button here, add workflow, right? And that's just like a shortcut for what we just did. It's going to create a new workflow with a trigger event when this element is clicked and assign the element that is clicked to the element in question, the element that you selected within the design tab. And when you're in the design tab, you can even have a shortcut back to that workflow by hitting edit workflow here. Very handy. Now, as before, I do still want to actually have this named appropriately. It's a really good habit to be into. And after this trigger event, we now define what are the actions that we want to happen. So we have this large sort of library of Bubble default built-in actions, and they're all categorized quite nicely. And the thing that we want to do here is actually under data, create a new thing, right? Create a new thing. This is kind of legacy terminology in my opinion. It's create a new data type, right? It's create a new entry for a data type, right? In our case, we want to create a new task. So we're going to select this. We first choose the data type that this corresponds to. We've only got one data type in our database, aside from users, and users you create in a slightly different way, as we'll see later on. So we've only got one option here to choose from, task. So we're just going to choose that. And now we can actually click this button to set the fields that we actually want to be set within a new task. I just want to ignore this just for now. Let's just go step by step and just see how this works. So I'm going to open up my application in preview mode here. And I just want you to notice something. Like I might add here, again, walk the dog. And let's just forget about the dates right now. And if I go here and hit create, okay, nothing happened, right? But what I can do is I can, within my data tab over here again, go over to this section here called app data, which is just a window into all of the actual data that lives inside of our application right now that has been created by users essentially within our application. And you can see here, I actually have an entry. It's telling me here, one entry under my tasks table, right? This is just a table like an Excel spreadsheet with rows where each row corresponds to a new thing, right? This is a window onto our warehouse shelf, right? Where we can see all of the individual items that belong to that shelf. And right now on this shelf, on the tasks shelf, we have an empty task for the due date, for the title. Okay, I can actually go over here, click on this little pencil icon and show that in a different way. Okay, and that makes sense. It should make sense because in our workflow where we created the task, we didn't actually set what the values of the fields inside of this task should be. This right here just created an empty task. What we need to do is we need to take the values from these inputs and we need to route them into the appropriate slots in our package, right? Into the appropriate fields on our task. So I can click here to set a field and we'll just start with the most simple one, the title. So right now I can actually, if I click on this and hit backspace, I could say here a generic task title. And here again, I might say walk the dog, but when I hit this create button and I then look inside my database, we have a new task with a generic task title. Now, if you're confused as to why it says a generic task title and not walk the dog, well, it's because we are still suffering from the same fundamental issue, which is that we're not routing the appropriate values here to the appropriate field, right? This title field is being set to a static value. I could click this button multiple times. I've just clicked it like 4 or 5 times. And if I look in my database, I'll see I've got a load of tasks all with the same name. Okay, now we obviously don't want to have a static value like this. So how do we get the value from inside this input into this field, right? How do we set this title field to come from that input? Look at that. What's this? Insert dynamic data. This is basically the holy grail of Bubble. This is like the one magical thing more than anything else that makes this tool so awesome. I click this What I do now is I choose where I want the information to come from that I want to set as the title for this task, right? And you can see here I've got various elements, one of which is this input task name, because you can see here that I've also got this date time picker A, just some kind of generic name. I could call this date time picker due date instead, make it a little bit more descriptive. That's how you rename your elements. And then when I'm over here trying to find that element because I want to pull out the data inside of it, I can actually find it a little bit more easily. So there it is, date time picker due date. We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves though. What we actually care about here is this input task name, right? So I'm going to click that, and now it's yellow. If I click off of it, it's red. Okay, red is bad. And if you look over here at the top of my screen, I have one issue. What's that? I can click on that and it tells me, oh, dynamic data and text files must be printable as text, but instead this is an element. If I click that, it'll actually take me to the appropriate problem section of my application. You can see here, it's obviously this guy that we just wrote. It's red. What that means is that this is an invalid expression. What this essentially is saying in human language is this title field is set up to hold text. That's how we've defined it, right? We've defined it as text. What you're trying to put in here isn't text. That's what it's saying. It's not text? What do you mean? That's input task name. Input task name is defined as a text input, right? Content format text. Yes, but you're trying to put the entire input into this title field. Doesn't make sense. I may as well be trying to save my shoe here as the title. Put my shoe into this field. It's not a field that's set up to take anything but text. Okay, so an input can't go in here, but what can go in here, if I click on the end here, then this essentially allows me to unpack what's inside the input. And the input gives me a whole bunch of outputs. Okay, that's a term we need to get familiar with, is outputs, right? Things that an element gives us, right? Properties that they expose to us. And one of the things it exposes to us is the value. That is actually the text that's living inside of here. It'd be really handy if Bubble actually gave you kind of like a preview here of what that looked like. But that is what we need to select. If I select off of this, it's now blue. And blue is good. Blue is good. We like blue. So this is now a valid expression. So conceptually, what we're doing is we've got our tasks shelf here in our database, right? And we have defined already what the template for a new task looks like. So every new task has to conform to this format, right? It has these possible slots, these possible fields that it can store information in. And so now that we are doing this create a new task action, that is the equivalent of grabbing an empty box off the shelf, right? An empty box off the shelf, and taking these values, right? Putting them inside of the package. We've obviously just done it for title. We're about to do it for due date and cover image. So we've put that into this new empty package, which is now no longer empty, and we're going to store that within our database. Right, we've taken the values from these input fields, stored them in a new task, and that task is now stored along with all the others in our tasks table. And if I went to test this out, as I should when I'm learning and I'm just trying to get a feel of things, I should do one thing at a time. Right, I should go walk the dog. I don't even have a dog, but regardless, it's really important to me. That's the first task here. I hit create and I look inside of my database, inside of app data, and there you have it, walk the dog, okay? So we successfully here routed information that our user gave us from the interface, packaged it up into a task thing, and then stored that task into our database. We can do the exact same thing for these fields here, okay? So on that same action, right, I can set another field, and that field is going to be the due date. And I'm gonna set this to that date time picker. And again, I have to select the value from that input, right? Same thing for the cover image. I have to set that to my picture uploader here that we've defined, and not the picture uploader itself, but the value. See, notice here it's giving us additional properties about the image, right? So these are other things that we could use, like the file size, right? These are properties that we get exposed to. So I could even, I'll show you this in action actually right now. We obviously want the value. Go back into the debugger, okay? And I'll look on this cover image image element, I will select my beautiful imaginary German Shepherd. This progress bar means that we're waiting for it to upload. And you'll see here, these are the outputs that this picture uploader is giving me at this specific moment in time, one of which is the file size, right? So this is the type of thing that we're constantly doing in Bubble, is we are looking at certain elements, and a lot of the time they're input elements, and we're pulling out properties that they expose to us and using them in our application. Okay, so now I could complete the picture here, walk my actual dog, and I'll close out this debugger here so it's not so annoying when I'm clicking on stuff. And we'll do that tomorrow again. Hit create, and as you might expect, within the database here, I have an entry that has all of these fields configured now. You can see there's like a little preview of the dog, it's got a due date, it's got a title. If I open it up, there's all the values that we expected. Now, one of the problems with our form is that when we hit this create button, even though, yeah, something's created in the database, there isn't actually any visual indicator to the user that something's happened. This is exactly the same problem that we saw at the beginning of this video when we were talking about the bubblers mindset, if you saw that bit. So what we want to do, just as we did then, is add some actions to our workflow, right? So what we've got here is our trigger event, the button is clicked. Then we create a new task, that's sort of our first action. And what we can do is we can string together a number of actions that will all happen in sequence in this workflow. So it's essentially like this event trigger happens, and then there's a series of logical actions that just cascade from there. So after we create the task, right, Bubble is actually recommending a task, an action for us here. It does that sometimes. Reset relevant inputs. That's actually one that we can find down here in element actions. Generally speaking, that works by resetting any of the inputs that are used in previous actions. So these inputs here. So that's a good one for us to do. Reset the inputs. Maybe we want to add an alert as well. So we have this alert element here that we can just drag across the top of the screen. In fact, I'll just put it here underneath the create button just to keep things simple. Right, and we can give it here some sort of static value, task created. And then back in our workflow, if I start typing here, then I'll be able to find this action, show message in an alert box, or that one will be down here in element actions, so show message in an alert box. This action will only appear if you actually have an alert box on the page, okay? If you are not seeing this action, that's because you need to put an alert element on the page first, as we've done here. Okay, so we're going to show that alert message. And now I might have another task here that I'm going to do, and our task is created and the task alert is shown rather, and our inputs are reset. And this is a good time to show you kind of the other really cool part of the debugger, which is the ability to click step by step here. And then when a workflow is triggered, we're actually going to pause on each action in that workflow so we can evaluate what's actually happening sort of in a more granular way. So if I add another task here, you can see that I'm quite anal about controlling every little part of my life here. If I hit this create button now, if I execute any workflow, then we're going to see this debugger up here. So it's going to first tell us what's the trigger event. Oh, button create was clicked. Now we hit run next, and now we can observe the other actions in this workflow. And what's really helpful here is that this blue expression for either of these, you can click on that and you can dig into where the value is coming from for this field. So right now we're creating a new task, we're setting these values. These blue expressions are dynamic data. So we can see, oh, that's coming from input task names value. Okay, so the value inside of that input is clean up after dinner. The value inside of our date time picker is this. And the value inside of our cover image, well, looks like it's empty. Right? So that can be really helpful when things aren't working as you expect in your workflows. Just go step-by-step mode and just observe the values that you think should be one way and perhaps are ending up as another way. And then we can just cycle through all of this, show the task, and then the debugger will go away. Okay, so we've done sort of like one half of what I would call like the most fundamental aspects of building a web application. That is saving data to a database. But the other side of this, what makes an application, so to speak, full stack, is that we can pull this information back out of our database and show it to our end users. Okay, so all of these tasks, right, in your traditional task management app, we want to actually list them there on the page and allow the user to interact with them in some way. Okay, so how do we do that? How do we display this information out in our page here? Well, first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to delete all these entries that I don't want us to actually have to look at right now. So I've got these sort of 5 entries. Because what we're talking about here is displaying information from a database to our users on our front end, right, within the design of our application, that suggests that we're going to be using the Design tab. Anything that your users see is going to be configured here in this Design tab. Now, for us to understand how to do this, we have to understand how a fundamental element type in Bubble works, and that's the container element type, okay? And we're going to start with the simplest one here, which is a group. Okay, now groups have 2 main functions, right? One of which is really important here for retrieving data from the database, and that's their ability to hold on to data that is retrieved from the database, which I'm going to get to in a minute. But their first function, the kind of simpler function, is just simply as a way to organize the design elements on your page. So I'm just going to drag a group onto the page here, okay? And I'm going to rename it as my group form. Right? And what I can do with all of my design elements here, okay, I'm going to drag them into this group and just see what happens when I do that. See, here's my group form within the elements tree. Okay, when I drag this create task in, boom, here's my group form. It now has this little expandable arrow, and you can see here inside is my group text create task. Okay, so that's reflecting the fact that this group is basically behaving like a folder in terms of organizing the elements on our page. So if I was to drag this guy in, input task, you see that also appears there in the form. Now, one thing that you'll notice right away is that, okay, I'm going to drag this guy down here. Oh, and it just snapped up to the top of the group, okay? That's because this group, and this is the default behavior for groups at this moment in time when they're created, it has a container layout of column, right? Remember at the beginning of this video, we were talking about how these container layouts can be responsive, where the elements inside of them react or place themselves based on the user screen size, or they can be fixed, right, in which they have a fixed width and a fixed height. So I could change this to 400 width and my group would get smaller. I could change it to 600 height and my group would get smaller on the vertical axis. Okay, so the default behavior here is a column layout. Without getting too far into responsive settings, that means that anything inside of a column layout is going to stack itself vertically, right, on top of one another. So this container here is a column. Everything inside of this container, the children elements, as it's called, are going to stack themselves on top of one another. So I could drag the cover image here and it's going to be stacked right underneath. And you can drag these guys around as follows, right? And this is really, really handy because it means that we don't have to get pixel perfect with our designs in a fixed layout mode, which can be very, very tricky. It's generally the way that you want to build web applications, but I don't want us to focus on learning it right now because there's more important things for us to learn right at the moment. So again, check out my responsive video if you want to learn how to do responsive stuff right now. Otherwise, let's just crack on and we're going to set this container layout to be a fixed layout. You've also got a row layout, just by the way, right? And that I'm going to set this to be a fixed layout. Okay, that's just going to give us the behavior that we're used to right now, where we can just drag things around as we want. Okay, so I'm going to do that for the sake of simplicity. Okay, add our alert and add our button as well. Okay, so this group now, right? It has everything inside it, and I can move everything inside it around as well, which is really, really handy while we're just sort of getting our feet wet with Bubble. The other thing that groups do, and I'm going to drag another one here onto the page, is they allow us to hold on to data, right? And most importantly, for us at the moment, is hold data that we get from the database. So this group that I've just dragged on here, if we say that this group is meant to hold on to our latest task, okay? We want this group to hold on to the last task that was created in our database. Okay, which is this one here, clean up after dinner. Okay, so let me just step away from the editor for a second and sketch this out for you. So if this is our app, what we're doing here is we are creating a group on the page which is shaped to hold onto a task, right? It's a task-shaped group. It's a container that is configured to hold onto a task, okay? And that suggests that, right? That suggests that the database is going to be involved here. And in our database, we of course have a list of tasks. And so what we're actually doing here, of course, is we are having this group retrieve a task from the database. So we're taking a single task from our tasks shelf, our tasks table, right? And we're having that be pulled into our application and have it inhabit our task-shaped group. So we've got this group here, right? If we want a container to hold on to a particular type of data, we need to set the type of content here appropriately. So in our case, we want this group to hold the latest task, right? So we're going to say, okay, it's going to be a task. And this is now a container configured to hold a task-shaped thing. And this here in the data source, this is where we say where in the database we want to look in order to find the task to display, right? So if I set this to do a search for, this expression effectively means go into the database and find a task that corresponds to parameters that I'm about to tell you. In our case, we just want to say task. And right now, this is returning a list of tasks. So we're trying to take multiple tasks, right? Multiple tasks are being returned from our search and are trying to be put inside of this task group. However, this group, like any group, can only hold a single thing, okay? So we actually have to choose. If we're gonna pull these 3 tasks out of the database, right, we actually have to choose which one, right, we actually want to display within that group. So if I close this out, this expression here is going to be red. And if we look at the issue in question, it's going to tell us the data source should be a task, but right now it is a list of tasks. So we're trying to effectively put 5 different people and have them sit down on the same chair. It's not going to work. We have to select one of these tasks to appear within the group. Okay, so I can simply here select the first item. Okay, so it's going to have some list of tasks that's going to be sorted by some value, which I'm going to get into, and we're just going to grab the first one from that list. Now, if we open back up this data source, we have this sort by value here, okay? So that we know that we're getting the latest created task, okay? We're gonna have to make sure that the tasks that we pull out from the database, they come to us in a particular order. And so we want them to come in the order in which they were created, okay? And now with this descending section, we decide, do we want the one that was created last to appear at the top? Or do we want the one that was created first to appear at the top? Now for this ascending field, we can select yes or no. What does that mean in the context of a date? The way to think about this is the date is larger if it's accrued more time since sort of the Big Bang, right? In reality, actually, all of these dates are stored in a format which is the number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, just in case you need to know. That's called the Unix standard. And so essentially, if the number is higher, right, then it's the number of, it has accrued more seconds since 1970, right? If it was created earlier, then it's accrued less seconds since 1970. It's a smaller number if we think about the date as sort of having a number equivalent. So in our case, the higher the number, the higher the date rather, the more recently that it is to our current time period, to right now. So descending in our case, we want this to be yes, we want to have the highest one at the top, and then we want to descend to the lower dates. So I'm going to close this out. We've got a nice blue expression, which is what we want. And then I'm going to load my application up here, and our group is actually somewhere over here. We can't see it. I'm going to give it a border so that we can see it a little bit easier. Okay, and here it is. But of course, we can't actually see anything meaningful here. That's because we haven't configured anything meaningful here. We've just got a group. It's holding on to a task, but we actually haven't added any visual elements that are going to allow the fields, the properties for this task to shine through. right now, if I go and I hit this inspect, what I can do is I can see the data source for this group. And we can see here, oh yeah, clean up after dinner. Look, I've got a task here. This is the task that's being held in this group. And these are all of the fields associated with it. But to have those fields appear through this task, we actually have to have some visual elements that are going to allow this data to actually be manifested onto the page. So we've got a task being retrieved from our database, being pulled into this group, but we've got no way to visualize the fields, the data that's inside of this task package. So if I just blow this up, here's the larger version, the larger representation of the task that we're currently trying to display within our application. We actually need to have some slits or windows, if you will, within this group that are going to allow these values, these fields, to actually be displayed. So if you can think of this group almost like a building, we need to have some windows, some slits, if you will, where we can set the data source for these windows. These are just going to be visual elements in our application, as we'll see in a moment. We're going to set the value to be displayed in each of those elements, each of those windows, to be the data from the group that is inhabited. You can think of it as being underneath or inside of this group. And we're providing here some windows that are allowing the values from this group to shine through and become visible here on the page. So let's create some of these visual elements then. Let's add one for the task name, and our group here, we need to make sure that it's a fixed layout as we've discussed just while we're testing things out. And this text, I'm gonna choose one of my pre-built styles here. And to make this text display the value for the task underneath, we're not gonna type something static because we will never know what task is in here, right? We're defining like a template design here that, depending on what task has been created last, is going to appear, okay? We need to use this wonderful blue button once again that we saw in the workflow tab, insert dynamic data. Okay, so that is going to tell this text the information that I want you to display is going to come from this data source. I don't necessarily know what is going to be in that data source yet, what particular task in this case is going to be there, but whatever task is in there, I want you to give me this value from it. So we're going to choose this expression here, parent groups task, right? The text element here is inside of this group latest task. So the group latest task is the parent to this text. Okay, this terminology is really important to get used to. This is the parent to this text. The text is the child to this group right now. Okay, so we can choose here the parent group's task, the group of this task inhabits currently. And as before, right now this expression is red. Why is it red? Have a think about that. Okay. We're trying to put into this text a task. Doesn't make sense, right? The text is not configured to display a task because all a task ultimately is a collection of information, a collection of data fields. Some of those fields are encoded as text, and it's those fields that we're forced to display through this text element. So parent groups task, we actually want to pull out now, we want to pull out this value from the task, which is the title value. That is a text value that this text can accept as a valid expression. Okay, so we're essentially unpacking this task package and putting the tasks onto the page. And if I view my application now, you'll see there it is, clean up after dinner. If I create a new task here, I'm obviously hosting some kind of dinner party at the moment. Prepare pudding. If I create this, look, the data source updated. Okay, it updated because it's dynamic. Dynamic means something that changes. It's not static. You can think of this group here, which is doing a search for tasks, ordering them by their created date, okay, and then grabbing the first item from that list. You can think of this expression here as constantly running. Okay, and that's how Bubble is handling this in the background. Any time that this data source changes, anytime that this query for tasks discovers that, oh, the newest item is different, then that change is going to be reflected here in the data source for the group, and therefore in the display value for this text. I can add some other values here, of course. From the task, I can actually include some static text like this, due, and then add some dynamic data directly after it. So I can create my own sort of mix of static and dynamic information visually on the page. And again, we want to choose here the parent group's task, the due date. And for date specifically, as this is right now, I'll go and preview this so you can see how it looks. Okay, this is interesting. Now, due date is not appearing. I'm going to have a look, and it looks as though we didn't set one for this prepare pudding, and that's because I didn't select the time. So you might come into that situation as well. So let's say clean up pudding. Now I'll create this, and now clean up pudding is appearing. So just so that's clear, if I go into my database here, you'll see that the task that wasn't appearing, prepare pudding, didn't have a due date selected. And that's because if I create a task here that does not have a time value set, the due date for the task that we're creating here is empty, because the output of this date time picker is empty. It only becomes valid when we actually add a time. So let me just delete that last test task here, and let's go back to our original situation. We will need to refresh the page here now that I've deleted that task sort of in the back end. And observe how Bubble is displaying this date field right now. You might not want to display it in that way, and so Bubble gives you a really handy operator here. If you click on a dynamic expression, you'll quite often see this More button. You can click on that, and that then gives you, basically, these are options that apply to the preceding part of the dynamic expression. So let's use this terminology. This is a dynamic expression, as it is right now. Okay, if I click More, the preceding part of the dynamic expression right now can be modified by a bunch of different things. So I can choose this format as, you can see how it reads really naturally here, the parent group's task's due date, and then we're gonna format it in a particular way when we display it out to users. So I can choose here from multiple options. There's even an option for me to basically create my own custom formatting, which I'm not gonna do right now. I'm just gonna choose something like this, January, sort of give the full month. And the time zone, by default, Bubble will show these values in the default time zone of the user. How Bubble handles time zones and working with different time zones is beyond the scope of this video. But if you just keep this as current time zones for now while you're learning, things are gonna work fine. Okay, and now you can see that it appears differently. Now, if we were to want to show the image, that's probably a thing that we wanna do. We wanna show a cover image. So in fact, I'm gonna, just like your classic cover image, I'm gonna put it right at the top of the group here, have the task title underneath, and then the due date underneath that, okay? With this image element, that is another visual element that's gonna allow me to shine through, if you will, a value from the data type underneath. So in this case, we have this dynamic image expression. So I'm gonna here choose the parent group's tasks cover image, okay? So notice how I have to choose an image type thing to display through this image field here. Like I couldn't now display the title through this image. In fact, actually it's letting me. The reason that it's letting me is because all that a image ultimately is in Bubble is text. So if I look at the one that we've actually created here, this cover image, I can click here, see, right? This is actually the address for this image, right? It's literally a URL, right? An address on the internet where this image lives. So essentially what Bubble is doing is it's taking the address, right, which is essentially a text value, and it's converting it to an image when we tell it that we actually have an image type field here. Okay, which is why it's letting me add this dynamic image here, because I could just as easily, if I copy the address here, just this first part of the address, and I right click here and click clear all, I could actually paste in here the static address for this image that we've already saved into our Bubble storage. That's a little bit of a rabbit hole that we don't necessarily need to go into, but what we want to obviously do here is grab the cover image that lives inside of this task. And then we've got some options for how we want this image to appear within this image element, because the image element dimensions might not match the original. So this is the original image, and if I go and I walk my other dog, right, and I create this, okay, you can see that the image element here, it's got some space on either side. That's because the image is telling itself to rescale itself so that it fits properly within. But there's other options here as well. If I don't want to have those bars out the side, Zoom essentially treats this like a cropping feature, which is kind of more what we want here. That's more the look that we're after. Now, I really show you this kind of group functionality, not so much because we want this feature to show the created task, but just as a bit of a segue into talking about how we grab multiple entries from the database and display them out to the user on our interface. Okay, we essentially want to recreate this table, right? This tabular data, but in a format that we want, right? A nice list of tasks. So if here, this row is being held within one group, right? Group latest task. I'm just going to close group form. Group latest task. Well, then what we essentially want is we want a group that repeats itself, and in each iteration of that group, in each row of that group, we're holding a different row from our database. And I'm using those words very deliberately because we have something very aptly named called a repeating group. Just a group that repeats. I'm going to just put it here, sort of in the middle of the page, and name it our repeating group tasks. A repeating group is simply a group that repeats. That's the way to think about this. So our repeating group of tasks, just like a single group, just like any container, right? We've got all these container type things, right? They can all hold data. So our repeating group, we need to set this type of content to know what should be displayed in this collection of groups that repeat in this repeating group. So conceptually, what we're doing here is we've got this new element on the page, a repeating group, and a repeating group, of course, is just a collection of groups that repeat. So this is our first group, this is our second group, our third group, our fourth group, and you can have effectively an infinite number of groups here. And each one of these, right, each one of these is configured to hold, if you forgive my sort of wonky representation here, these are all configured to hold tasks. So now we can grab a list of tasks, more than one from our database, and render each one in its own group, or in repeating group lingo, in its own cell within this repeating group, right? Within this set of groups that repeat. And what we do here is we basically define how the repeating group should function as a whole. We define how this first cell should look, like this first group, and then that group is going to repeat as many times as we've configured our repeating group to do so based on the tasks, right, that are actually being retrieved from the database. So I'm going to set this to be a data source for a task, okay? I'm going to take off this fixed number of rows for now, and we've got kind of a minimum height for a row. I'm just going to bump that up quite a bit right now, just so it's really clear what's going on. And we need to tell this repeating group where to look in order to find the task to display. So this is, if I write here, do a search for tasks. So this is the equivalent of going into our database, right? Finding our shelf of tasks and grabbing all of them and placing them within our repeating group. And again, let's sort them by the date that they were created. Okay, so we want them to be descending. And I'm going to just give a very subtle background to our repeating group so that we can see it. Okay, this is maybe a little bit big, 200. Let's just go 100 for now. And I'm just gonna make my page a little bigger as well, so we don't get kind of caught up in design responsive issues right now. Okay, so here is my repeating group. And if I go and inspect it, you see that these are all individual cells in my repeating group. I can just click on any one of these and I've got my repeating group tasks here selected. And you can see here that in the debugger that the data source for this repeating group has a list of tasks. And this is the count of tasks that it has, 8 tasks. which of course just happens to correspond to the count of tasks that we have in our database. So you can see that first one is walk my other dog, and then we've got clean up the pudding, and then we've got prepare the pudding, like all these sort of silly tasks that we created. And each one of them is actually rendered in one of these cells. The reason that we can't see anything is the same reason why we couldn't see anything when we set the data source for our group. We haven't added any text elements to shine through the underlying data types fields. Okay, so the way that we do this for a repeating group, right? We obviously want to define the look just once for one cell and have that look reflected throughout the entire repeating group. So what we do with a repeating group is we create our design in the first cell here. That's how it works. You see, I can't even drag a text element into these other cells. I've got to do it up here. So if I have this top text element here, I'm going to insert dynamic data, and we'll set this to be the current cell's task and the current cell's task's title. So I'm going to drag it in there and see how it's snapped to the top left of the group here, right? That's because this group here, this repeating group, has a column layout for each of its cells, right? The cell is just the same thing as a row in our database, okay? I'm just going to leave it as a column layout because that's probably what you're going to be coming up against as well. It's not that big of a deal right now. So what we can do here, right? I could, of course, just add some static name and see how that's going to be reflected there throughout every cell in the repeating group, right? That's the look now that I've defined for each row, each cell in this repeating group. But we don't want to have a static name when this should actually be walk the dog and this should be clean up pudding, right? Because otherwise, how am I going to know what tasks I need to do? So what we want to do is replace this with some dynamic data. And just like before with the group where we had access to the parent group's tasks, now we have this thing called the current cell's task, right? And a current cell, a cell is just a thing that's unique to repeating groups. And it essentially means this row in the repeating group, right? So the current cell's task is going to say for this particular cell, right, give me the title value that corresponds to the task inside. And so now, if I preview my page here, you can see that I have all my tasks listed here as they are in my database. And I can design this however I please, right? I can design this with an image if I've got one, which I probably need to make sure is relatively small, right? I could set this to be the current cell's tasks cover image. And then if it has an image, it's going to appear. I can add the due date just like I did before, right? So you've got the flexibility to design this top cell, the first cell, however you want. And then that same design is going to be replicated throughout all of the cells in the repeating group. Now, this is the same concept you see all the time, right? This is X, of course, and this is a repeating group, right? This is, you have one design, and depending on the content underneath for the post, different content is actually displayed, but the structure of each tweet, of each post is the same. Now, I want to change my design here. I'm going to add in a text element, which if we just make this one some kind of like small heading, there you go. This can be our due date. I want us to just see how we can sort these tasks by their due date as well. The due date, or I could just say due, is going to be the current cell's tasks due date, right? And then let's format as something that's a little bit more user-friendly once again. And you might be able to guess, you should be able to guess how this would happen, right? Right now, the sorting for these tasks is by the created date, but we could just set this to be by their due date instead, right? And then these are the ones that are due further away. Should really be the opposite, shouldn't it? We should be having the tasks with the lowest due date, right? The due date that's closer in time to 1st of January 1970, i.e. the ones that we need to do next appearing at the top, okay? But this isn't the only thing that we can do, right? We can sort, yes, but we can also filter, right? Right now, we're just pulling out all of the tasks that exist in the database, okay? But we needn't be so crude, right? Maybe we only want to see the tasks that are due before a certain date, and we can disregard everything after that. So to do that, I'm just going to drag this down a little bit. We don't have to worry too much about our design while we're learning right here. And I'm going to grab another input, date time picker. And this is going to be a filter. This is going to let our users select a date, and then they only want to see tasks that have a due date before this date. So I could say date time picker due date filter is what we could name it. All right, just a date type field for now. Let's change the format to something that's a little bit nice and friendly to see. And we also have other values here that we can set for date time pickers, like the minimum date. So the date time picker won't let you select, or rather won't let the user select the date before this date. So if I set the minimum date to a really handy expression called current date and time, right? That's right now, okay? Then if I go and preview my app and open this up, you see that everything before today, January 18th, is grayed out. So how do we hook up this filter to our repeating group? Well, if the repeating group is doing a search for tasks in our database, right? Right now it's going onto our tasks shelf and pulling out all the tasks. We need to give it what is called a search constraint, which is the equivalent of a rule that says, I only want you to look for these tasks in the database. So we can write a constraint as follows. First, we select what type of field we actually want to look at, right? So in our case, it's the due date. We're only looking for tasks with a due date, which is, we'll say before or equal than. Okay, so the user's going to input a date, and we want all tasks where the due date is either on the date that the user selected or before the date that the user selected. And now we select what value we actually want to pass to this filter. What is the date that we're actually evaluating in this search expression? So, of course, it's going to be the element that we just created, due date filter. Okay, and of course, like we saw before, the value inside of this input element, not the input element itself. Okay, now if I close this out and we preview our application, we should be able to see this working, but right off the bat, we don't see anything. So if we go over to our inspect, right, this is the habit that we should be in. Oh, why isn't this working? We look in the repeating group, oh, it's not showing anything. We can actually go down here to the data source for this repeating group, search for tasks. The due date is equal to or less than some empty value, right? So this date time picker's value is empty. So this makes perfect sense, right? We're looking for tasks whose due date is less than an empty date. And no tasks are going to meet that condition, right? They all have a due date. So this search for tasks, due date is empty, isn't going to work. We actually need to have kind of the behavior where, all right, if you don't have a due date set in this filter, then just return all the tasks. We need to make a modification to the search expression, which is ignore empty constraints. So that says that if any of the values that are being used in a search expression here are empty, then it's going to be as if that search constraint doesn't apply. So if I load my preview again, you'll see, here we go. Here are all the tasks. And now let's add January 22nd. Boom. Now all of a sudden, I'm not seeing any of the tasks that are after January 22nd. So this search, let me change it to 20. Now we see something on the 23rd, right? And I can even clear this out to see everything once again. So this search is essentially reacting in real time to changes in this search expression, okay? If any of the values which are being used to populate this search change, then Bubble is essentially rerunning the search, right? They're saying, okay, get me the new set of tasks that meet this new search expression, right? Or a search expression with these new values inside of it. Now, our interface is starting to look a little bit crowded. So I think what we should do is put this create task form inside of a pop-up. So pop-up is a container element. So I'll just grab one, drag it onto the page here, okay? And if we call this our pop-up create task, I'll make sure that I'm gonna set the container layout here to fixed again, just while we're learning. And I'll give it here, I'll just give it like a large size, just so that we have plenty of space to work in. And I want to put this existing form inside of the pop-up. So what I can do, I can actually just drag it up onto the create task. And now, see this pop-up create task has this little eye next to it. So pop-ups by default aren't visible when the page is loaded, which is why you have this eye icon, which is showing as hidden. If I actually load the page here, then you see that I don't actually see the pop-up. So I can click this to see what it looks like within my editor, and then we're going to have a separate action for showing it within run mode. So this is one way that we could create this pop-up with the form, is just by creating a pop-up and dragging our existing form group inside of it. Or I'm just going to hit undo a few times and show you an alternative method. So now our pop-up has been removed. What I could also do is right-click on our existing group form and go replace the element type. And this is going to let me choose from another type of element within the same category of element. So in our case, I can replace this group container with another type of container, i.e. a pop-up. So I click here, replace, and now we see that our group form, I can click this eye icon to hide it and show it again so you can see what it looks like. Here we have group form, it's showing up as a pop-up, all the same fields are inside of it, it maintains its existing properties like its size, etc. Okay, so in our case, this is probably the easier way to do this. And now we need some way to actually show this form, right, when the page is loaded, because right now, as we just saw, our create form in the pop-up is hidden. So the way to do this is to use a workflow to display the pop-up. So I'm going to just rearrange my application a little bit here and have my task list over here. I'm going to have my latest task sitting over there, and I'm going to bring in a button over here which says create task, right? And what I want to do here is I want to add a workflow to this button, and this is sort of like basic visibility control in Bubble. The action that we're looking for is under element actions, show an element. Okay, so if an element is hidden, this is going to make it visible. So this is what we use for our pop-ups. So we want to choose here group form. It's actually not named that well because it kind of fits in with some of the other groups on our page. I actually want to rename it. To get a shortcut to go back to this element, I'm actually going to right click and reveal element. That's going to take me to the element that is associated with that action. So here's our group form. I just want to change this to pop-up form. We'll call it pop-up create task. Okay? How about that? And inside of our workflow now, we see that this probably has everything that we need. Preview, I'm going to hit create task, and there is our pop-up. What we could do to kind of round out the UX, the user experience for this, is on our create task workflow, which is associated with, I'm going to right click on the event now and go reveal element. It's associated with this button. Okay. Probably what we want to do is when the task is created, we want to hide the pop-up. So we probably don't need this alert anymore. So I'm actually going to remove that. I'm going to click on it and hit backspace and just change the size of our pop-up here a little bit. This is not the most intuitive way to do pop-ups. Usually you would have these as a responsive layout like column, but just while we're learning, we're going to keep things simple. And right now, after we reset the inputs, I might just want to do this action here, hide an element and hide the pop-up. And so now our user experience is like this. We hit create task, let's say something like edit video and choose some value there. We don't need to worry about an image. I hit create and the pop-up disappears. Now I want us to implement a feature which probably screaming out at you that needs to be implemented when you look at the screen, which is I don't want to see the latest created task here. It's probably easier, makes more sense for me, just to be able to click on a task in this list and it be populated here within this more details view, right? Because we could easily imagine, and I will actually do this within our pop-up, I'll make this a little bit bigger, is that we have like a description field, some more information that is slightly too much information to display within a small cell like this, that you want to kind of open up a different screen, a different kind of interface element in order to display that. So we've got an element here called a multi-line input, which I'm going to place here inside of our beautifully designed create task pop-up. And this is our multi-line input description. The placeholder we can change to task description. And we've got things like limiting the number of characters. That's probably a good idea so that things don't get out of hand. So multi-line input is just like a normal text input, except that it's bigger. It allows the user to kind of add more information to it. So what we can do is we can click this button on our create workflow, and we want to amend the action where we actually create the task so that we're saving the value from this multi-line input onto the task. And we actually don't have a field for this description yet. Okay, so we could go back into our data tab to our tasks and create this field, or just as a helpful little shortcut, which you might have just seen, is underneath here where we're choosing from the fields, we can click to create a new field. Okay, so we're going to do that. I should use all caps here because that's the convention that I've started with. And we're going to set this to be a text type field as well, because that's of course what is going to be in this multi-line input. And we can set this to be the multi-line input descriptions value. Okay, now when I create a task, I of course have some more information here, put the rubbish out, which I'll do in a couple of days time, and I can now add a task description. Because I'm lazy, I'm actually just going to use some lorem ipsum text. Lorem ipsum is just some Latin placeholder text. So I'll just add a couple of stuff there, and there you go. We'll add some of that. Hit create, and in our database now, we should have a new task with this description. And obviously that's not appearing here within our more details view, and neither do we actually want that to be appearing for the latest task that was created. We want to be able to click on a task from here and have it populate. So how we're going to do that, just add a text for the description here. While we're here, I'm just going to go right click, clear all, and add the parent group's tasks description. And just make sure it's big enough to hold whatever description that we might have. How we're going to make the ability for a user to be able to click on one of these entries in the repeating group and have it populate this group requires that we get comfortable with a concept that is not bubble specific. It's a concept in programming in general, and that is the concept of a variable. So let's sketch this out. Here's how to think about variables. We've got this traffic light here. The traffic light can be green. The traffic light can be red, right? This traffic light here, right? This is simply a container for some information, namely the information which is either going to be red light or green light, right? This traffic light is a variable and it has a name, right? We can call it, for example, traffic light, okay? Traffic light, that's the name of this variable. That's the name of this container that holds this information, green light or red light, right? Depending on the data inside of this traffic light variable, the cars are either gonna stay still, right? They've stopped, or of course, when it's green, then they're gonna go forward. So the crucial thing here is that the cars are looking at this container of data, this variable called traffic light, to decide what to do. And the data inside of this variable, inside of this traffic light, changes, right? It either can be green or it can be red. Hence the name variable, right? The data inside varies. So variable always holds data that changes, that varies, and it has a label which is going to allow other entities within the world, right, within your web application, to be able to identify it and to react to changes in the value that it holds. So here's another example. This box here is the variable in this case. I should probably actually kind of make it look at least a little bit different than the other boxes on the page. And this variable, maybe this one is called favorite animal. This is a variable because I'm 4 years old and my favorite animal changes all the time. Last week it was a giraffe, this week it's a lion. And down here we have various text values, right, that relate to this favorite animal. So depending on what I put here, these underlying values are going to change. It lives in the savannah, that's how much it weighs, it eats meat. Here's our little lion, right? Isn't it cute? So in this case, what's actually being held here, the value that's being held, is just like a data type, right? It's a collection of other values. These values here are actually derived from the thing, the entity that's being stored in this variable. It doesn't just have to be sort of like a simple one-dimensional value like green or red for our traffic light, right? It can actually be an object, a thing, a data thing like a lion, or maybe perhaps even like a task. And of course, if we instead swap the lion for a fancy little giraffe, well, now here's the giraffe in our new variable, and these fields are going to be populated respectively, right? So critical thing here, variable is a container for data, right? Where by definition, that data can change, right? It's just a container. The data inside can be swapped in and out, right? And it has some kind of label so that other entities, in this case, these text examples, right, can react and update or do things depending on what the value is inside of the variable. Now in Bubble, there are a lot of different ways that we can use this concept of variables, that we can implement a variable, right? Just a container for some temporary data. And one of the most easy to understand and effective is something called a custom state in Bubble. Now a custom state is like a group in that it can hold data, right? It has a data source, only it doesn't have a visual element on the page. So that makes it really convenient for us because we don't actually have to worry about how we're gonna design our UI to hold this temporary data, this variable, right? It's just conceptually, right, in sort of an abstract way, we wanna hold it in memory so that the other parts of our application can reference it. So to create a custom state, you click on any element and you hit on this little eye icon here, and you can here add a new custom state. Now, custom state as like a little temporary invisible holding pen, right? Temporary container for information. You can attach a custom state to any element, but for convenience, sort of best practice, you kind of want to do it at the highest level in your elements hierarchy, which for us here means the page, okay? That's just going to make your custom states easy to find, easy to manage. Otherwise, you can kind of lose them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this little eye icon and hit add a new custom state. And the custom state here is going to be our selected task, right? It's kind of like the current active task that we've selected on the page. And of course, the type of thing here is a task. So this group, this form that we're filling out, observe that this is just the same thing as when we define a new field type for one of our data types, right? We give it a name and we give it a type of thing. So in our case, we're going to hit create. With a custom state, you don't set a data source like you do for groups, okay? It's not like a default data source. What you do with a custom state is you push data into it from a workflow, which is of course exactly what we want to do here, because we want when an item in this repeating group is clicked, that we're going to push data into this custom state. So what we want to do, let's make first the cell in our repeating group able to be clicked. Right now, we don't actually have an option here on the repeating group cell to have it trigger an event. So if I go over here and I add a new workflow elements and element is clicked, I don't have here the ability for me to select repeating group cell. What I only have is the ability to have one of these text elements be clicked, right? So I could have the task's title be clicked or the text due be clicked, but that's not really ideal because if the user clicks here on walk my actual dog, then the group over here will be populated, but not if they click here. It's not very intuitive, right? We want the whole cell to be clickable. So let's just amend our design for this repeating group a little bit here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this first text element here, and I'm going to hold down Shift, select the other one here within the elements hierarchy, right click, group elements in, and let's just stick with a column container. We don't have to worry too much about how this all works, but since our repeating group cell is already configured to be a column, we'll keep this one as a column as well. So that just means the elements inside are going to be stacked on top of one another, right? And now what I want to do is I want to give this group a background so it's kind of obvious that it exists, what it is, right? So we'll just give it a very subtle kind of like grayed out background. That's actually the same background that we have on the repeating group. So what I'm going to do on the repeating group is I'm just going to take away the background style altogether so that now we see something like this. Now, we could probably make this look a little bit more clickable, right? So I want to introduce like just a couple of small design concepts here that are related to responsiveness, nothing too crazy. If we want to have a little bit of space between the text here and the border of the group in which it inhabits, we can do that with something called padding. So I'm going to come over here to group tasks, click on this layout tab, and come all the way down here to padding. So padding is simply the space between the outside of a parent container and the elements within. Okay, so if I add some padding here in pixels, like 16, see here how this group just automatically got some extra space here up at the top. So between the text and the border of the group here, there's now a little bit of extra space. So let's do this, Control C, Command C, and Command V to paste this value into all the other boxes. And now we've got just like this little bit of breathing room around all of our elements here within the repeating group. And now we actually have an element that we can assign this element was clicked workflow to in order to push some value into the custom state, right? Into our temporary variable holding pen that then our more info group can reference. I'm gonna click here to add a workflow. We've actually still got this other one that we created earlier and didn't do anything with. So I'm just gonna click these little 3 dots, delete, to get rid of that guy. Just a little bit of cleanup while we're here. Okay, so group task is clicked. What I'm looking for is an action. It's actually under element actions and it's set state of an element. This is setting the custom state. So first we choose where the custom state lives. And remember our best practice was to store it at the highest level in the hierarchy, which in our case is the page itself, the index page. And now we can choose from the custom states that we've created on the index page. And there's only one, selected task. So we're going to select that. Now, since this group that's being clicked, group task, it lives inside of a repeating group cell, right? This is a repeating group cell here where this group task lives. It has access to the data of its parent, i.e. this cell. So any time that an element inside of a repeating group cell has some kind of workflow attached, or any dynamic expression rather, it always has access to the data within the cell in which it inhabits. So we can grab here the current cell's task and we can push that into the custom state. So let's just do this step by step for now. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna click on one of these tasks and see here now we have group tasks is clicked. We're gonna set the state on index to the current cell's task. Okay, run next. And so that I can prove to you that that worked, what we can do is we can go into the expect tab, we can select the index page itself, and we see here that selected task is now set to that task that we just pushed. So we have the task now living in this custom state. It's been pushed into the custom state. What we want to do now is pull it down into this more info group on the page. Okay, and to do that, right, we need to tell this group latest task, which should just now be called group selected task. You need to tell this group where to look in order to populate itself. Okay, right now it's doing a search for the tasks and grabbing at the first item according to its created date. Okay, I'm going to right click and I'm going to clear this out. So have a little think, see if you can figure this out for yourself. How would you set this data source so that this group is pulling the task from this custom state that we've just configured? So the way that we want to do this is we want to reference the same data source that we just pushed the data into, right? This is just an action that pushes data into a location within our app, right? A variable, a custom state as it's instantiated in Bubble. And it's that exact same place that we want to pull data from, okay? So what we can actually do, I can come in here, and one of the problems that I have here is that Bubble is not showing me the index as an option. So I'm gonna have to refresh the page. This sometimes happens when you create a new custom state. It's a little bit of a bug actually, and it will probably throw you if you don't already realize. So let's try this again, data source. So if I scroll down now, I see index, right? So I can click this and then I can unpack some value for index. Index, like every element, exposes its own width and height in pixels. And depending on what you put in here as a data source, you might have more properties, right? Like the picture uploader had the file size for the image inside. But we can also see a custom state associated with an element. So that's what we're going to grab here, the selected task custom state that we have already created and attached on the index page. Selected task, right? So we've got our repeating group here. We've got our group selected task over here, right? Inside of each of our cells, we have a group, right? This is a group here, which is holding a task. And it's as if what we're doing is this group here is being clicked, right? And that's going to then send that task into our temporary sort of holding pen for a task, right? This is our custom state. So this task is going to be pushed into there. And what's happening is that this selected task group is watching to see what the value from this custom state is going to be. So it's essentially watching constantly what's the value in this custom state, and it's pulling that in so that when a new task is pushed in here, right, it automatically is reflected there in the selected task group. And it's actually not a case that the task is actually, physically, so to speak, moved around like this, right? It's just a reference of the data that's in the database. So it's as if, okay, this is task, if this is task A, right, and this is pushed, then what appears here is task A, and what then appears here is task A. Of course, if this guy is clicked, right, if this guy is clicked, then that gets pushed in. So the new value then is going to be task B, and the new value here, of course, is going to be task B. So it's a copy or a duplicate or a reference of the original data. Conceptually, that's the way to think about it, as opposed to the task actually, physically moving through these different containers. So let's see that in action, right? Our group more details is now empty. We're going to click on the top one, walk my actual dog. Let's see what happens. We're going to set the state of the index page, and lo and behold, all of a sudden our group task details has changed. And I can click on one of these other ones, boom, there it is. Put the rubbish out, clean up pudding, edit this video, clean up after dinner. We now have this kind of interactive behavior where as we push new data into this custom state, our more details group, which is looking at that custom state to decide what it should populate itself with, is responding. Now, wouldn't it be handy if we could actually have some kind of indicator here within our repeating group as to which task was actually selected? That's quite common behavior. Just some visual indicator here that lets us know. Okay, we can do that using something called conditional statements. So conditional statements are a relatively simple concept to understand in Bubble speak. Let's go through it now and set one up. Let's say that when this task, right, the task in a particular cell is the selected task, the one that is appearing over here, then the background is, I don't know, green, like a light green. How do we set that up? When we have an element selected, we just go over to this conditional tab over here, and we can now define a condition. We define a rule, essentially is in the format, if this is true, do this, right? So the when is essentially that if statement. It's when this condition is true, then we want something to happen. So in our case, we want to say when the current task, or the task that for any particular cell is the task in question, we want to say here when the current cell's task, right? So this is a question, essentially, that each cell in this repeating group is going to ask itself individually. So put the rubbish out, walk my dog is going to ask this question for itself, okay? So when the current cell's task, which essentially means, yeah, from my point of view as this group, right? When my task is, right? What would you put here, do you think? When it is, right? When it is equal to the selected task, right? Which we know we're storing on the index page as a custom state. So when the current task is the index's selected task, okay, which is only ever going to be true for one of these cells at a time, right? One of these groups at a time, right? It's clean up after dinner. Right now, this condition would be yes. My task, my cell's task, clean up after dinner, is the selected task, right? The selected task, which is appearing here and on the index page, is set here as the selected task, right? So that condition would be true for clean up after dinner. It would not be true for walk my other dog, okay? Because this task's, right, walk my other dog is not equal to this one. right? So it's only going to be true for one of these cells at a time, or one of these groups rather. It's group task, which is asking the question. So then when it's true, we can do something. We can change the appearance, for example, of this group. So let's do a little search here for background color, and we'll set that to be, I did say green before. Yeah, let's stay with green. Okay, I'm gonna set it to this background color green. And let's see what happens now. So I'm gonna click here, boom, walk my extra dog, clean up pudding, walk my other dog. See how these are responding in real time? So that condition, each group here is asking itself this question: is my task equal to the selected task? And if it is, it's going to turn itself green. It's asking itself that question constantly. So we can even go into inspect here, and we can look at this particular group task, and we can see the condition. We can say, oh, is the current sales task the index is selected task? The fact that right here we have this green highlighting means that the condition is evaluating to true, right? So the current sales task is index is selected task. You can even click the is part in this expression to see whether it's yes or no. If we did another one, if we said walk the dog, right, and looked at the expression, you would see that the condition is red here. And if you evaluate the expression over here, that is going to be no, because the current sales task, walk the dog, is not index's selected task. Okay, so that's how conditional statements work, right? And you might have noticed that we kind of already have conditional statements on the page. Like when I hover this group, see how the background changes ever so slightly? Okay, so we have some of these elements which are using pre-built styles. So if I click here to go and edit style, we haven't talked about styles yet, but in a style you define conditions as well. And you can see here when the button is hovered, then we're going to change the background color. Okay, so there's all kinds of different conditions that we can choose from. So for our group here, we could add another condition for that hover behavior, let's say. So let's say that the background color when it's selected is, yeah, this guy. But when, let's say we define another condition down here, when this group is hovered, right? When this group is hovered, well, in that case, we'll change the background color to something else. Or maybe let's do something different. Let's do a border. Border style. We'll change the border to be like a solid border, and we can also set what the color of the border is going to be. So let's just say that set it to be black, just so we can see something working. Okay, and see as I hover here, then these tasks respond in real time to that behavior. Now, what kind of task manager app would we be making here if we could only create tasks but we couldn't edit them? That seems a little bit silly, right? So let's create some edit functionality now. And I think what makes sense here, right? We have this pop-up with a form for creating a task. If we're editing a task, we're essentially going to be using the same kind of form, right? Like we don't actually need anything different here. We just need to be able to have a button here that says save, and then it kind of saves the new values. But at the same time, we want this task, we want all these inputs to show what is like the existing value for any particular task, right? So what I want to do, let's just start by adding a button into our group for more details here. Keep it really simple. And I'm going to choose a different default button type here. We'll make it light, and we'll say this is going to be edit. And while we're here, let's also do something that we haven't done before. We've got this button type over here, label. Okay, we can also change this to be either just an icon or an icon and a label, right? So let's do that. Let's do something where we can have like a little edit icon, little pencil icon. And when we're choosing icons, Bubble has support for a bunch of icon libraries out of the box. So you can think of these as like fonts, right? Where a font has a particular style for each character in the alphabet, right? And these icon libraries have a particular style for multiple different types of icons. Now, my favorite out of these is Phosphor, because it's got a really large library, and it also gives you a whole bunch of different preferences for how those icons are actually displayed, whether they're like, let me show you something like this shopping cart. You can show it regular, or you can show like what is it gonna look like filled, okay? So you've got a bit more flexibility. In our case, we could search something like edit. That doesn't come up with much. What you can do in cases like this is actually just look up the library on the web. So I just search Phosphor icons, And usually with these icon libraries, they give you a better search experience than you'd have in Bubble. So right here, I could type something like edit, and it's giving me a whole bunch of icons that aren't literally edit, because what does that even mean? But are related to edit or are commonly used for edit type actions, right? So we've got stuff like a pencil here or a pen. That's a really common icon for editing things, is using a pencil or a pen. So let's do that. So all we have to do here is just see what the name is, like pencil, right? And we type that in here, pencil. So I'll use this guy here. And if we go into layout, we can just say whether we want this icon to appear on the left or the right, or even like the top or the bottom. We're gonna keep it simple. We're gonna leave it on the left. Now, just as a first step, so we can go step by step here, let's just duplicate our create task pop-up and make this one work for editing a task too, right? Just so that we can build a little bit of intuition here step by step for how this should work. So I can right click here and copy, and then on my page, right click paste. We've got create task copy. I'm gonna call this edit task, and we'll call this edit task as the title. And then instead of create, we should probably make this something like confirm. And it's important that we have different labels here as well than the button element on our create task, right? Which is button create. So we don't get them mixed up in our workflows. Now, when this edit button is clicked, right? Let's make it a little neater. What we want to do probably is show this edit task pop up, right? As like a first step. So add a workflow on this edit button, and we're going to show an element. We're going to show the edit task pop up. So if I load this up now, put the rubbish out, hit edit, okay, we're in the edit task pop up. But now, as the next step, we kind of want these inputs to reflect the current values for this task, right? Right now they're just empty, and that's not really telling me how I should change them as a user, right? So on this pop-up edit task, if I open it up, okay, there's kind of two ways I could go about this. For each of these inputs, we have this field here called initial content. This initial content is exactly what it says on the tin. When this input is being used, right, it's going to be loaded in with some content to begin with. Okay, so if I set this initial content to be some example initial content, right, and I hit edit here, right, well, that's exactly what's going to appear. But of course, as we've seen many times now, we don't want this to be some static content. We want that to be dynamic. We want it to be related to the task that we're actually editing. So instead of the static initial content, I'm going to insert dynamic data. And the dynamic data here, the thing that we're editing, of course, is the task inside of this more details form. And where is the task that is inside of this more details form living? It's living in our custom state, right? It's living in that variable. That's the temporary holding pen for the selected task. So that's the same thing that we can reference within this initial content. We can go find the index page, find the selected task, and then we of course can't pass the whole selected task into this text input, right, which is configured to hold text. We have to unpack the field that we want from the selected task package, right? So now we're going to choose title, right? Okay, and now, right, if I hit edit, actually just now after I load the page, we're not going to see a task because we don't have a selected task visible here yet, okay? But if I now click on clean up pudding, stupid task name, there we have it. There is the initial content for clean up pudding. And while we're here, because of this confusing UX that we just encountered, where right now I see this empty form which looks weird and I click edit and nothing happens, we should probably just hide this more details group altogether when we don't have a task selected, right? So what we can do there is we can come over to this layout section for this group, and we can say, okay, I don't want you to be visible by default. So by default, it's not going to be visible, right? But we do want it to be visible under some conditions, right? And we just learned how we can write conditional statements. And one of the most common that you're going to write is related to visibility. So now we could say the indexes selected task, when that indexes selected task, right, is not empty. Right? It's pretty descriptive. Like when there is a selected task that exists on the page, then show this more details group. and then we can say this element is visible, right? That's the thing that we want to happen when this condition is true. Okay, so now walk my actual dog, edit video, right? These are all working a lot better. And now we can go through and we can fill in the initial content for these other inputs, right? So I'll go into my pop-up edit task and I will set the initial content for my date picker, which of course is also going to be the indexes, selected tasks, and then this time the due date. I'll do the same thing for this cover image. One little tip so you can speed this up. On any dynamic expression, you can right click, copy it, and then if you insert dynamic data and click on this little box with your right mouse key, paste expression, you paste that in there. And now you just have to change the last part of the expression, which is going to be the cover image. For the multi-line input, we'll do the same thing. All right, insert dynamic data, right click, paste, change this to be the description. Okay, so now if I want to walk my other, where's the one with my large description? There we go. Put the rubbish out, you see all of this is appearing, right? If I want to walk the dog, right, it's appearing there, not without a description though. Now, we need to configure this button, which is going to save this task, right? Save the changes when we hit that confirm button. And I might actually make this a little bit more descriptive, save changes, button, save changes for the task, all right? So on this workflow, okay, we could probably think that this is going to be quite similar to our create task workflow, where we're going to reset inputs and hide the pop-up after it happens. But this initial action, we don't want to be creating a new task, we want to be making changes to a task. So I'm going to quickly rename it so that we can find it again easy later. And the action that we're looking for here when we're making changes, when we're telling the database to save these, basically override these fields that exist for this data type, we're going to use make changes to a thing. We have to choose what thing, what specific thing in the database, right? What specific task here are you actually wanting to change? And we have the task that we want to change living very conveniently within a variable on our page, right? So we'll go and find it inside of the custom state on our index page, which is acting as our variable. And then we say, what fields do we want to change? Well, in our case, we kind of want to change all of them, right? The user might not actually change the title when they're in this edit step, but that's okay. We'll just make sure that when they hit this button, whatever values are in these inputs are going to become the new values for this task in the database. And one little shortcut that you can do here is just click add all fields. So you don't have to click and add them all individually. And then you just map these to where the values are coming from that are going to be the new values for these fields. So of course, now we're going to have a problem though. If I want to set the cover image, I've got two picture uploaders here. Which one is which? Okay, so this is where it's really important that we name our inputs, right? This is actually input task name edit, date picker due date edit. This is a very crude way of doing it. Edit, multi-line description edit. That means that now when we hit the workflow tab and I look for my picture uploader, we've got picture uploader, which is the default one, which should really say create. And we've got another one called edit, right? We've got our multi-line input description edit. We've got our date picker, due date, edit. This is not the best naming convention, as you can see. And we've got something related to a title, input task name, we called it, not input task title. That was silly of me. So input task name, edits, value, okay? And now we can, what we probably want to do is hide the pop-up as we did before, right? Hide the pop-up edit task. We can reset the inputs as well. It's not as important because each time that we show this pop-up is always going to have some initial content in it, right? But it's kind of a good practice anyway to do. And let's see now if this works. So walk my actual dog. I'm going to edit this. Let me add some description. I'll add some exclamation marks here and I'll change the due date to say the 20th of January. And if I go step by step, what we can see is that we are making changes to the task, right? These are the new values that we're setting for the task, which are coming from these inputs. Then we're going to hide the pop-up, reset the inputs, and this is now the new values for this task. If we go into the database now, right, it's not reflected. What you often have to do is hit this little refresh data button down here, which I'm going to do. And there you have it. Walk my actual dog with some description and the new due date. Okay, so that's neat. But now what we have is we've got this edit task pop-up with a form, and we've got this create task pop-up with a form. They're very, very similar. Do we actually need two separate pop-ups? Well, here's a challenge for you. See if you can combine these into one pop-up. All right, so we only have one pop-up here, which is for creating and editing a task, and we don't have the other one, right? How would you do that? See if you can figure it out for yourself. Otherwise, let's go through it together now. So this create task, I'm actually just going to delete this pop-up altogether. And the reason I'm going to do that is because we have to get rid of one of them. And this one here, the edit task, just has a few more bits and bobs on it that we want to keep, namely this initial content stuff, okay? So let's just ignore this title for now and let's make it something generic, like create edit task, right? Let's actually do it. I'm gonna Command C, Command V to create a duplicate of our Save Changes button. Okay, so here's our Save Changes button. Actually, I'll put that on the right-hand side. And this one here, which is our copy, we'll make this our Create button. Okay, so if we go step by step, right, this Create button, which is named very weirdly, right now, let's make sure that we call it button create task. Okay, this can have exactly the same actions on it as we saw before, right? We can have create a new task, we'll add all fields, just do this as a shortcut. And now we want to point all of these fields. We've only got actually one set of inputs, input task name, value, and the date picker. So all of these guys, even though they say edit on the end of them, that's the way we named them just before, they're actually a sort of create and edit, right? Picture uploader, cover image. So we could remove this little appendage from all of them to make it more descriptive what they actually are. And then on this workflow on the create button, right? As before, we want to probably reset the inputs and hide this pop-up. Hide pop-up, create edit task, right? So our edit functionality should still be working fine, right? We've got this extra create button, which looks weird, and we're going to deal with that in a minute. But we should also still be able to create a task. Right now, because we deleted the old create task pop-up, this button isn't actually doing anything. So we need to recreate that workflow too. So on this create task button, I'll add a workflow to show an element. And we'll now show that new pop-up that we're using for creating and editing a task together. So if I hit here, create task, there it is, a new task. Let's just give it something. And now if I hit create, we just configured that workflow. Let's make sure that we're showing the right workflow here. Let's open up the pop-up, come down to this create button, hit edit workflow. Okay, this is the workflow here. So let's make sure that we're naming this workflow so we can find it really easily. Create task, right? These actions are presumably going to fire when we hit this create button. And because I just renamed it in the editor, I now have to refresh. So let's just do this again. Okay, I hit create and there it is down there. We're ordering these by due date, of course. So there it is, the new task that we just created. And we should be able to, at the same time now, edit this, and let's make it right at the top of the list. And we've got our save changes workflow configured as before. So really that should then update those values. Okay, so that's kind of the logic working for creating and editing. Now, one important bug that we have to fix right away is, yeah, we can edit fine, but if I go to create a new task here, the values inside of this form are pre-populated with the selected task, which isn't what we want. So we have to basically clear this form out. And how would we do that? This form itself is actually just referencing data from somewhere else, right? So if we clear the place where this pop-up is referencing, i.e. clear out the variable that's holding the selected task, i.e. clear out the custom state that's holding the selected task, then we wouldn't have all these initial values, right? These initial values, of course, if we inspect any of them, the value here of initial content is coming from index's selected task. Okay, so what we can do is we can clear out selected task And this problem will go away, because right now, if I hit create now, I've got another task with those parameters, because it just took the values that were inside of those inputs as the initial content and it used them within our create task action. You see, if I hit create, then it's just creating a new task with the initial content from those inputs. So that's not what we want. So let me just delete these extra couple tasks that we just created to keep things somewhat clean, and think about how we're going to solve this problem. Where would we put the action to clear out this selected task? Okay, I think it makes sense on this workflow here, where we create the task, that before we show this pop-up, right, let's just clear out the selected task. So what I can do is I can right click on this action, I can add insert action before, right? And I just choose what type of action that I want to add. And because all we're doing here is we're clearing out a custom state, right? The way that we do that is we just set the custom state to nothing, right? So element actions, set state of an element. We're going to choose, of course, the index page. We're going to choose selected task, and we're going to leave the value as empty. By leaving the value as empty, that's essentially saying reset this custom state to nothing, to be empty. And so now, right, I might have edit video selected or new task selected. If I go through step-by-step mode and create a task, first thing we're going to do is set the value of selected task custom state to nothing, and then we're going to open up the pop-up. And look at that, the pop-up now has empty values, right? It has empty values, of course, because its initial content is pointing to a custom state configured to hold a task, which is empty. The selected task is empty. Therefore, its fields, which are populating these inputs, are also empty. So then how would we tidy up this form so that we're only showing the button that is relevant to what the user is actually trying to do, whether they're trying to create or they're trying to edit? And I think what we just did with the custom state kind of gives us the clue. Remember, the custom state here is a traffic light, right? That was the initial analogy that we used for a custom state. It holds a value, a variable, which by definition changes. And there's other entities, other elements, other conditions that are looking at the value of that custom state to decide what to do. Light turns green, the cars go. Light turns red, the cars stop. Create button looks at the custom state. If it's empty, it should be visible, right? Save changes looks at the custom state, selected task. If the task is not empty, save changes should be visible, right? That's the logic here that we're talking about. So we already know how to write conditions. We should be able to implement this quite simply, no? Let's go into our pop-up. We've got this create button. We just saw earlier how we could hide this group selected task and only show it under certain conditions. Conceptually, aren't we doing the same thing here? This button create task, let's make it not visible by default, and save changes as well, not visible by default. And then we just have to worry about under what conditions should they become visible. So, well, we already know this, right? Create button when the index's selected task is empty. In that situation, be visible. We want the inverse condition over here, no, do we not? So one way that we can quickly move conditions that are similar between elements, you can just right click on them, copy condition, come over to the other element, right click, paste. Okay, now we've only got one small thing that we have to change here, which is basically we want the inverse condition for the save changes button, don't we? We want the save changes button to be operating on a form that is not empty, where there is a selected task. So when index's selected task is not empty is probably what we want to see here. And so now if we go create task, and I'll get out of the step-by-step mode, we have the create button, wonderful. And if we go to try and edit, then we see save changes, okay? And because this is fixed, we can actually just overlay. I just clicked on them here to select them in the elements tree. You just overlay them with one another so it doesn't look so weird when we are creating or editing. There we go, there's create and there's edit. The last thing that we'd have to do here is just have this text also change dynamically. So just to show you that really quickly, kind of two ways that we could do this. One, we could just have kind of some default value here, create task. And then we only have to worry about the condition under which this should change to edit task. So we add a condition, and just as before, this is whether or not that selected task exists or not. So when it is not empty, under that condition, we can actually change the value of this text element. So we could change it here to save task, or rather edit task. Okay, so we've got here create task, or we click down here, edit, and now we have edit task. And the second way that we can do this, just to show you because it's quite quick, is we can actually have an expression directly within this text element, which is looking at whether the index's selected task is empty or not. So is it empty? Okay, this is going to evaluate to either yes or no, right? The output of this expression is either going to be yes or it's going to be no, depending on whether or not that selected task is in fact empty. So to show you that, right now it says yes because it's empty. If I try to edit, it's not empty, so it says no. And what we can do is we can very cleverly define some text to appear for no or in place of no, and some text to appear in place of yes. And to do that, we click on the end of the expression and we use this more button, formatted as text, which essentially says, here is a value that I want you to show instead of yes, and here's a value that I want you to show instead of no. So if it's empty, then we can say create task, and if it's not empty, this expression is going to evaluate to no, and that means that we are in edit task mode. So that's just like a handy little trick there for displaying sort of inverse values. So here we have create task, and here we have edit task. Now, what we've built here is sort of a cute app for us to manage our own personal to-dos, but for most of us, we're going to be building apps that we want other people to use, right? And so we're going to have to start talking here about this concept of users, which we sort of brushed over earlier on. We saw that in our data tab, we had a default data type here called a user. Let's start learning about how they work now, because once we do, then we can essentially allow me, you, your mum, your granddad, Bob down the road, everybody in the world who wants to can log in, create an account, and manage their own personal task list with your app. So the first step is for us to have a place where our users can sign up and log into our application. Right now, our index page is kind of full, kind of cluttered. So what I want us to do is take a little detour and just talk about pages for a second. So over here, top left corner, we've got a little box here that says index. That's telling us that we're here on the index page. Now we actually do have a couple of other default pages that come with an app. One is the reset password page, and one is this 404 page, which appears when a user tries to go to a page in your app that doesn't exist. But we can create our own pages too, where we can direct users. And a page is really, if you think about what we're doing here on the index page and what we've done here with like group selected task, a page is essentially just a giant group. It can house different elements, right? So what we want to do to start with is create a new page where our users can sign up, and then we can start designing all the elements and the inputs and things that we need on that page. So we're going to click here, add new, and we're going to add a new web page. We can just call this our sign up page. Now this is going to create a brand new page in our application for us. So let's create a really dead simple sign up form. I don't want us to get too bogged down. So we'll create a new group to act as sort of our container, and I'm going to give it like a really light background just to differentiate it. And we're going to put two inputs here for signing up. Oh, it looks like our default group has that column layout again. Let's just change it to fixed just while we're learning, it's okay. And this will be input email. The content format this time I actually want to set to email. Let's click over here and preview our new sign up page. So this input will be if we don't have a valid email address formatted correctly, okay? So this, for example, will come up as red. And why is that? No, that's because it doesn't have the @ symbol. But we can see what's happening inside of this input, right? we have this invalid expression set to no, okay? And that's reacting to the fact that we have this input set as an email content format, right? That's only appearing for that reason. If we had it set to text, it wouldn't be showing up as invalid. And the red border for this input is a result of the default style for this input. If we go over here to the conditional tab, you can see here there is a condition for this when this input isn't valid, and it's defined inside of the style standard. So we can go and we can see, okay, what is this set to, right? This is just like editing an element style properties, only we're doing it as a style. And what we want to do is come over to this conditional tab, and we can see here that there is a expression when the input isn't valid to add this red border color, okay? We're gonna create a style ourselves a little bit later, but this is just sort of a sneak peek as to what's going on under the hood here. So this can be our input email, and we'll do something a little bit differently this time. Instead of using the placeholder text as the label, we'll create our own label here, make it kind of small, and we'll call this email. And then I'm just gonna copy and paste this for our password. And then I just hit Command D there on my computer to make a duplicate of the email input. This is gonna be our password. We can actually get rid of the placeholder for both there. A little bit redundant. And then finally, a button to sign up. Give ourselves a little header here as well. Sign up. I have to drag this out just to make it visible. There we go. Now notice that I set the content format for this one to be password. That results in behavior where whatever the user types here is hidden, which is quite nice. And now all we have to do is add an action for this button to sign up. So before we go any further, I just want to set up kind of like the high level page architecture here. So what we want here, we want like our main home page here, right? So I'm just going to use the example of, my app.com. We want this to be the landing page, right? This is where users come and see information about our app, and we can try to convince them to sign up, okay? And we've got these existing pages in our application as well. We've got myapp.com reset password and /404, right? Now what we want our new app structure to be, right, is we've obviously got the sign up page. So this is the URL for our sign up page, okay? So the URL, that's just the website address. And this is what we call the root domain here, right? This is the root domain. And this is a page where you sometimes will hear it called as a subdirectory. And we obviously want our users who come through myapp.com, right, to come over to our sign up page. And then if they sign up successfully, they're going to end up on our actual application page. This is thought of as like an internal page, right, where they manage their own tasks. Of course, if they're already logged in, they should just also be able to go straight from the landing page to our app page. So when they're logged in and when they're logged out, okay? So let's go ahead and set this up in our Bubble app now. So we wanna create another page in our application here. And it actually doesn't matter too much what we call this. It is essentially a landing page. And I'm gonna do something a little bit differently. So I wanna set the container layout for this page to column. And instead of designing a whole kind of landing page here, I'm gonna leverage actually Bubble's own built-in component library. Okay, so these are just some pre-built drag and drop UI components that you can just use right out of the gate, saves you designing them. There's also third-party component libraries that exist. Those are great as well, but they do usually have a cost associated with them. So this is completely free. So I'm gonna use the marketing group here and just literally something super simple, just so we have something there. We can get rid of this browse button altogether. And this is all responsive. So I'm not actually gonna go into how this is built right now. It's using all a responsive layout, which means that if you go to preview this page and you change your screen size, that the content will change relative to your screen size. But the real reason I wanted to create this now was just to get our tasks page, our main app page, living where it should. So we want this landing page to be our main entry point to the application, okay? So right now, if I change the URL This is like our home address. This is like the equivalent of bubble.com or yourapp.com, right? We want this here to take the user to the landing page. And when you connect up your own domain, whatever your root domain is, the equivalent of google.com, that will be what the user will see. Okay. Now, the only reason that I want us to do this is so that we can get our main app page, which is currently on the index, on its own page, because this index page, this is what is called the root domain of your application. So I want this landing page to actually be the index page, and I want what is currently our index page to be something else. I want it to be a directory, right? A page within our application that's not the home page, the index page. So to do that, I'm going to go to the landing page, and you can do this by making sure that you have the page itself selected, and then go and find the edit menu, and you want make index. So we make this the new index, and you see here, the old index is now named old index. So if we go over and look at our pages here, you'll see old index, if we click on it, is now our tasks page. So we can actually rename this to something. We could rename it to the app page, for example, to reflect the fact that it's now the main page in our application. And so now if I go to the root domain of our web application, and this will obviously be something else once you connect your own domain name to your application, this is what we see. And if we go to sign up, then we see our new sign up page. And if we go to app, now we see our app page, right? So now that we've got that basic architecture out of the way, we can start to create the linkages that we need between our pages. On this sign up page, I want a workflow here, which is going to take the user from this landing page to the sign up page. And thankfully, that's very easy to find. It's under navigation, go to page. And now we just choose which of the pages in our application we want to send the user to. So in our case, of course, that is the sign up page. So if I open up our index page here and hit sign up today, oh, here we are on the sign up page. Okay, so now let's configure this form to sign the user up, and when they're signed up, to direct them over to our app page where our tasks live. So I'm going to open up the sign up page again and start a workflow on this button. First thing that we want to do is sign the user up. With every other data type, you have this create a new thing action. It's not the same for users. Users are a special data type that have a lot of sort of built-in functionality in Bubble associated with them. So we actually want to come over to account, sign the user up. And here we're going to point this, just like we do when we're creating or making changes to a thing in the database. We're going to point these fields to the places in the app where the values for these fields live, namely, right, the inputs. So the input for the email and the input for the password. So Bubble handles here the sign up of the user in a secure way. You can read more about this in their documentation, how user security is handled in Bubble, but it's something that we don't have to worry about as Bubble developers. We don't have to worry about how passwords are getting stored and how they're secured. This is all something that, of course, Bubble is doing for us, and that's why we like them. Now, we're going to ignore the rest of these fields for now, but I do want to draw your attention to the fact that if you hover over a lot of these properties in the editor, you have this little C reference button pop up, which actually, if clicked, takes you to the corresponding part of the Bubble documentation that explains how it works, okay? So if you're ever confused about what a particular thing in Bubble does, right, just click that button. Use this documentation super heavily. It's an incredible resource. It's, in the last 12 months, it's been rewritten quite extensively, and it's really quite detailed, well organized. So highly recommend that you spend a lot of time in this manual when you're learning Bubble. So we're going to sign the user up. That's great. And the next thing that we want to do after this is to take them to our page where they can start creating tasks. So let's see how this works now. So I'll add my own email here and just some generic password, hit sign up, right? I'm now here on the task page, and a couple of interesting things that I want to show you that you will see if you follow along. The first is that if you go to this users table, you have a user here in the database. Now, the other thing that I want to draw your attention to is when we look at the tasks that we have here in the database, you'll notice that we have this created by field, and that is set to the user that we just signed up with. So every data type, right, has this built-in field creator, which is associated with a particular user. Now, we're going to talk about data relationships in a minute, right? The fact that this task now has a relationship with this user. But first, just one thing to point out to allay any confusion that you might have. If you look into one of these tasks, right, you'll see that the created by field is set to the user who just signed up, even though the task was created before this user actually signed up. Okay? And that's just because of some default behavior that Bubble does, where they create a temporary user in the background when a user who's not signed in is creating and modifying objects in the database, right? And when that user then subsequently signs up for your application, all of the data things that they were interacting with while they were logged out become associated with their newly created user account. That's something that you can turn off by default under settings. If you go down to general, do not set cookies on new visitors by default. And you can read more about that in the documentation as well. But it's just something to point out in case you get confused as to why is this user who didn't even exist before now the creator of this task. At any rate, we have something very interesting now. We have the fact that a task is actually created by a particular user. Let's try and sign in as a new user and try to have that user only see the tasks that are actually created by them and not by any other user. Because right now, all the tasks that are created are visible by everybody. And we can kind of see this in action. If we go to the app page, what I want to do, I'm just going to create a little group here. It's just going to act as kind of a crude header for our page. And I'll set this to be something dark. And I'll just add some text here to it. Make sure that our group that is now acting as the header is set to a fixed layout, because again, we don't want to be dealing with responsiveness right now. We'll call it group header. And then this text element, let's set it to be white so we can actually see it. And we'll say logged in as, and now we have access to this really helpful expression, which is the current user, right? So the user who's currently logged into the application, we can pull out all kinds of values from them, including their email. So if we have this open like this, well, now we can see we're logged in as this user, which is very, very handy. So what we should probably now have, if we want to be able to test the functionality as a different type of user, is have a button within this header, which says log out. And this button can have a single action on it to log the user out. That is another very easy built-in bit of functionality that Bubble gives us, log the user out. And then when the user's logged out, right, we probably want to take them to perhaps either the home page or the sign up page. So let's take them to the sign up page, right? So here we are, I'm gonna hit log out and we're back on the sign up page. If I just manually here navigate myself to the app page by typing in the URL, you see I'm not logged in as any user right now, okay? So then let's sign up as a new user. So one thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sign up as a new user. And one trick that you can do is you can use your existing email address, right? You just need to add a plus icon and then some arbitrary value after that. It doesn't really matter. A lot of the time I use the current date, like a little acronym for the current date, or you can just increment it like 1, 2, whatever. So we'll just start simple. For now, add another password and hit sign up. Okay, now right now I am seeing all of the tasks that don't belong to me. Now, we obviously don't want this, right? We don't want users to be able to see each other's tasks. So your first thought, right, is probably to look at this repeating group of tasks and to amend the search constraints here. Maybe we could add another search constraint, right, to only look for tasks that come from the current user, right? Another thing that Bubble exposes to us. And in fact, we do have this created by field, which we can make sure we set to the current user. And that would seem to solve our problems. And you can go a long way in Bubble by just doing this technique. However, big problem with this. All the data in your Bubble database, right, regardless of who created it, unless you explicitly tell Bubble otherwise, using something called privacy rules, which we're going to get into in a minute, but unless you use privacy rules, theoretically, all the information in your Bubble database is publicly available to anybody who asked for it. The privacy rules work like this. So you've got your app over here, right? And you've got your database over here. Now, conceptually and in reality, these are living in two different places. The app is something that's just running on your user's computer, right? Running in Chrome or Safari or whatever web browser that they're using. The database actually lives on a computer somewhere else on the internet. We call that type of computer a server, and the reason why we call it a server is because this sort of interaction, let's say that you've got a repeating group on your page, right? Your app, via some programming within that app, like a repeating group search expression, is doing a request to the database for some information. So let's say in our case, it's for all of the users in the database, right? And the database is serving that information that the app has requested. So there's a request and there's a response. The server is the entity that is returning or responding with data from some initial request, right? And the typical analogy here is in a restaurant, you make an order, right? As a customer, you make an order to the kitchen, and the server, the waiter, is the one who gets that food and brings it back to your table. Now, here's the problem. Without privacy rules, all somebody has to do is know what information to ask for, and it will get returned back from the database. So let's imagine this is some kind of government database, and these are all citizens that exist within the government's database, and there's all kinds of personal information in each of these user packages. Just like we have the task package, we've got a user package, and there might be social security numbers and credit scores and all kinds of information that are obviously sensitive and private and shouldn't be seen by anybody but the user who that data belongs to. Now, without privacy rules, right, all I have to know is that I'm going to go and ask for the information for Matthew Neary, let's say, right? And that information could be returned back to the application where I could access it. A privacy rule is a rule that essentially acts like a kind of a firewall, right? It's like a firewall here. So if you imagine that this here is a privacy rule. And it's a rule that our database, right? Or let's say that it's some government employee who's looking at your request and is going to send you back information on a particular citizen. It's the question that that government employee is going to ask themselves before they give any data back to you. And a privacy rule here might be something like, okay, you have to prove in some way in your request to the database that you are the user that you're asking information about, right? And if you don't meet that criteria, if you can't prove that you are the user that you're asking information about, I cannot give you any information from this user. I cannot pass this data out of the database, like through this firewall. It's going to stay here on the database, and the response that you're going to get over in the application is basically the equivalent of, sorry, you do not have the right permissions to access that data. And this is really important because fundamentally, right, requests for your data don't necessarily have to come from your application. This is a bit more of an advanced topic, right? But you can have other systems which can access the data in your database. And without this privacy rule, any of those systems merely have to know what information to look for or what information to ask for, and they can get access to it. So privacy rules, even though this can be seen as somewhat of an intermediate topic, it's not. It's actually fundamental to Bubble development and really development of any web application, is making sure that your data is secured within the context of the database on the server. So no matter who's asking for the data, where that request is coming from, unless they match the privacy rule, right, they're not able to access any data that they're not authorized to access. So let's set up one of those privacy rules now, because right now our tasks here are publicly visible. That means that there's no privacy rule set on the task data type. So within the privacy tab, we're going to hit define a new rule. And the most basic rule, like, we just want users to be able to access their own tasks, right? So we could call this their own tasks. Now I want to contrast, right? If we take out this search expression here and we now have it so that all tasks are retrieved. And now I need to write a rule reflects who should have access to each task. So this is basically a rule that each task is asking itself before it can be returned from the database. So from the perspective of the task, is my creator, so this task's creator, are they the currently logged in user, the current user, okay? If they are, then there's all these things that we're gonna allow to happen. We're gonna allow the task to be found in searches. We're gonna allow it to view files that might be attached to that task. That's something that's beyond the scope of this video. We're gonna allow all the fields associated with that task to be visible. Otherwise, right, we're gonna turn these things off. We're gonna say, any user who isn't the user who created the task has no business viewing any information regarding the task, okay? And so if I reload this page, you can see here, none of these tasks are appearing. However, if I was to create a new task, like set up my privacy rules, and let me just grab some more lorem ipsum text here, okay? You can see that I can see my own task here, right? I can see the details for my own task. I didn't give it a due date, which was a bit silly, but I can see all of the details for my own task, but nobody else's, right? Which is exactly what we want. Now there's other ways that we can handle this too. We could say, well, actually, maybe you can find all of the details regarding a task, but you can't see all of the fields. So let's say that you can view the cover image, the description, the due date, and the title, but you can't see who created this task. In fact, let's say you can't view the due date either, okay? So this rule says that I can view everything to do with my own tasks. I can find everybody else's tasks if they're being returned in a search. But of those tasks that are returned, I can only see the cover image, the description, and the title fields. So you'll see here, if I refresh the page, that I can see all of the tasks created by the other user that we have in our database, but I can't see the due dates for those values. But I can see the due date for the task that I created, right? Because that's the only one which is allowing me to view all of the fields and not just the cover image, description, and the title. Now, I just do that for demonstration purposes. What we actually want to do here is we don't want to be able to see any tasks that aren't created by me. So I'm going to take all of this off. So right now, the default is that if you are not the creator of a task, you can't see any details for those tasks. And then the other thing that we should do is on our repeating group of tasks, we should actually add a search constraint that only shows the tasks created by the current user. So I'm going to go created by equals the current user. And while it's not strictly necessary that we do that, because we already have our privacy rules set up to prevent tasks that aren't created by the current user from appearing, it's still a good idea and a good practice to do this, because just by doing this, it's sort of clear at one glance in this repeating group what tasks should be appearing. We're not having to sort of rely on the fact that it's programmed somewhere else in our application. And also, these privacy rules should really be thought of as like global, so to speak, rules. It doesn't matter in what scenario, in what context we are having tasks returned to the user, whether it's in a repeating group like this, or whether, we are actually exposing our app database to external services, which is something that is possible to do with Bubble. It doesn't matter what those rules are or what scenario that we're exposing tasks. We just want always to make sure that at root bottom, the sort of rule that cannot be bypassed is that users can only view their own tasks. That doesn't mean that anytime that we're actually retrieving tasks, we shouldn't be explicit though about the tasks that we want to come through, because it makes it clearer to ourselves and to others what is actually meant to be displayed in the particular context, right? In this case, in the repeating group. Right, now next concept that I want us to learn is going to help us to solve this situation here. So if I go back to our home page, our landing page, and I hit sign up today, while I'm logged in, I'm landing on the sign up page. Even though I could actually type in here the URL for my app page, you can see that I'm logged in as this user. So we probably want to have some kind of logic that says, hey, if the user clicks this button here, sign up today, and they're logged in, don't take them to the sign up page because they're already logged in. Take them to the app page directly. And for us to do that, we're going to introduce a new concept here called workflow conditions. Let's open up the workflow that we currently have, which is taking a user who clicks this button to the sign up page. This is one that we set up earlier. And here we want to add this logic, right, that we just described. So a workflow condition is exactly the same conceptually as a condition that we wrote on elements. So, this button is hovered, right? We have this sort of way of Bubble writing this. When this button is hovered, then do this thing, right? That is reactive, right? These design elements are sort of reacting in real time to whenever this condition is fulfilled. And we kind of have the same thing when it comes to actions in workflows, where at the time that an action runs, we can have a condition that is evaluated, and then this action will only run if that condition ends up being true, right? If it equates to yes. So the way that this is written is really quite straightforward. Only when X condition is true do we want the user to go to page sign up. So what is that logic? Well, it's probably going to be something like, okay, when the current user, right, and we have this operator here and the current user called is logged out. Okay, so Bubble is going to return here a yes or a no. Is the current user logged out? So if current user is logged out ends up being true, then the user is going to go to the page sign up. Otherwise, this action here is actually going to be skipped and nothing's going to happen. So I could actually try this out right now. I hit this button, sign up today, and you see that nothing happens, right? I'm clicking this and nothing happens. I can even open up here the debugger and show you this in step-by-step mode, that when I click this, we have this red text here, only when. That's telling us that this condition isn't evaluating into true right now, right? It's not true. We can dig into it a little bit more and we can see, okay, the current user, is there logged out value yes, no? Is logged out is equal to no in this case, and that's why the expression isn't evaluating. So what we want to do after this is basically add an inverse action, add an action that actually would fire. And right now in Bubble, this is one of the ways that you kind of have this forking logic, where you say, okay, if condition A is true, I want you to go off and do this. Otherwise, if condition B is true, I want you to go over and do this. So we can add another go to page action here. And this one we want to send to the app page, and we want to do the inverse here, right? We want to send the user to the app page only when they're logged in. So when the current user, that's actually all the way down here, is logged in. So the inverse condition that we have on the preceding action. Let's go through this step by step so that it's super clear what's going on again. As before, right, this action is evaluating to false. When an action has a condition that is evaluating to false, it is skipped. So we're going to skip past this action and we're going to go to the next one. And in this case, our condition here is green because of course the current user is logged in. So this action is going to now fire and we're going to navigate the user to the app page. Now, because these are web applications, the user always has the ability here to modify their address bar. So they could, by some accident, maybe they've bookmarked this page or it's in their history, whatever, they could end up here back on the sign up page. And right now they're already logged in, but we don't kind of have any way for them to navigate off of this page. So we probably want to account for situations like this within our user experience and have some kind of logic that says, hey, if the user's on this page, but they're not logged in, like just bump them off to the app page, right? They should never really be seeing this page if they're logged in. There's always more than one way usually of doing a thing in programming, and those rules apply to Bubble as well. You could have here on the sign up page a workflow that runs when the page is loaded, right? So we can have here a page is loaded event, right? And we could simply just do what we just did before, and we could go to page app only when the current user is logged in. And this will work fine. And in fact, I'm going to load this in step-by-step mode. So right now the page is loaded event fires right when the page is loaded, okay? And we go straight to the app page in this scenario, okay? That works fine. Another way that we could do this, right? If I'm right-click and clear this expression out, we could actually have the event on this page is loaded event itself. So this is essentially gonna say, hey, if this condition evaluates to true, then I want this entire workflow to fire. Otherwise, we're basically going to cut off this workflow at the source. We're not going to do any of the actions. I might have a whole bunch of actions here. Let's say create a new task, something arbitrary. If I have here a condition like current user is logged in, okay, this page's loaded event is going to fire, right? And then this condition is going to be evaluated and all the subsequent downstream actions are going to fire. Conversely, if this is logged out, right, then nothing here is going to fire. None of these actions are going to fire. This condition is going to be evaluated, and I can show this here on the sign up page right away. If I load this up, you can see this condition is evaluating to red, and that means that nothing here is going to happen at all. Okay, so this is how you can put these only when conditions, these conditional statements on the event level as well. So this create a new task, I just had that sort of just as an example, right? We can keep this existing workflow as it is, and that means that whenever the sign up page is loaded and the user's logged in, they're going to be navigated straight through to the app page. Now we also want to handle the situation when users are logged out on this app page, right? We want to redirect them probably to the sign up form, right? And right now we've got this log out button, and what it does is it logs the user out and then it takes them to the sign up page, right? That's one way of handling this behavior as well. And if I just go here to my data tab, app data, and then run as one of these users again, so that's going to automatically log me in as this user. Now, this is fine how we're handling this, but as your app gets more complex, or maybe you've got different log the user out actions in different places, and you don't necessarily want to have to remember to add this action to all of those workflows. So what you could do, if I just remove this, we also have access here to an event type called user is logged out. Okay, and this is just going to detect any time that the user's logged out, and it's immediately going to fire, right? So what we'll see here, if I add this action, user is logged out, and we obviously had the inverse one for user is logged in. If I add here the action to go to the sign up page, what you'll see here in the debugger is that what I'll do first is I'll log the user out with this workflow that we'd already configured, right? And then see how this user is logged out event automatically is triggered, right? It's detected the fact that the user is logged out, and so it's automatically here navigating them to the sign up page. This action here is quite nice as sort of a catch-all. However the user manages to be logged out doesn't really matter. We're going to take them straight through to the sign up page. And the advantage of doing that as well is that if the user had, let's say, bookmarked or have in their history your app page and they just load it up while they're logged out, they're going to be redirected back to the sign up page immediately. They won't even actually see that little flickering, like I actually went through to the app page and then it showed me the app page for like a split second before redirecting back to the sign up page. It's only doing that because I'm in the debug mode. All right, that's actually not going to be live behavior. If I get rid of the debugger here and I open up the app page, it's just going to redirect me straight back to the sign up page. See how the URL there, if I add app, hit enter, it just changed straight back to sign up immediately. Okay, so that's actually the behavior that's happening when you have this user is logged out action and you try to load a page as a logged out user. That event is just going to fire essentially before the page is actually loaded for your users. Now, just while we're here, a little bit of housekeeping. We have the ability to organize our workflows into folders. That's a really good practice to get into as you start to add more and more logic to your application, just to keep things organized. Okay, so I've got here some actions that are related to creating a task and managing tasks. So I might want to put them all in their own folder called tasks. And I can just drag these in order to organize them, or for any of these actions, I can click on this little 3-dot menu, move to folder and add to tasks, right? That's just gonna help us to keep things a little bit organized as our apps get more complex. You also have the ability, as your workflows start to get longer and longer and you have more and more actions within them, you can view here your actions in this compact view, so you can kind of see more actions in one go. We're almost ready to move on to a new concept here, but just before we do, I want us to sort of just address a glaring hole in our UX right now, which is that we might have the ability for a user to sign up, but we've got no way for them to log in, okay? Now, I want you to try and do this on your own if you can, right? I want you to try to create this behavior, but let me just start you off with sort of a little bit of a clue as to how we might have this. Let's say that this group that we already have on the page is group sign up, okay? What you'd probably expect here in our group sign up, if I just Command D on my computer to duplicate this button, is to have a switch to login button. And perhaps here it's got a slightly different style to it. What we might do here is if I was to copy and paste this group sign up, and let's say this is our group login. Inside of my group login, we've got this new text which says login, and instead of sign up, we change this to say login, and instead of this guy, we say switch to sign up. And so now we have our group sign up here and our group login here, and they're just, at the moment, they're just overlaid on top of one another, which while we're just learning Bubble, is absolutely fine that we do this. There's other ways of handling this as we create responsive pages, but it's a little bit outside of the scope of what we're dealing with here. And now on our group login, okay, we want to make sure that we are differentiating between the inputs that are inside of group signup, because group signup has input email and so does group login. And that's going to be really confusing once we add the action to log a user in, which if we go and add a workflow here, exists in the same place as the action to sign a user up. We go log the user in, and now we feed this action with values that exist somewhere in our application, namely the inputs. This is going to get really confusing because we don't know which is the input for the email address when the user's signing up versus when they are logging in. Okay, so good housekeeping. Let's name these inputs appropriately. Input email sign up, and then for our login ones over here, right, we want input email, login, input password, login, right? And then we can route these appropriately. So we've got the input email login existing inside of the login form and the password input on the login form as well. Okay, just ignore these fields for now, as before you can see the reference if you want to see how they work. It's not really important for what we're dealing with right now. And what you want to be able to do here, right, as a user, is to be able to click on switch to sign up from the login form, which will hide the login form, show the sign up form. On the sign up form, you want to be able to click switch to login, which will hide the sign up form, show the login form. Okay, now you can do this using concepts that we've already learned in this video. So I want you to have a go to try to figure this out for yourself. Otherwise, let's go through it together here now quickly. So this is sort of a classic traffic light-esque scenario, right? We've got elements on our page that we want to be looking to some state, some scenario, right, to decide what to do, right? If the user's in sign up mode, they have the intent to sign up, we want to show them the sign up form, and otherwise if they're in login mode, we want them to see the login form. And so we have to be able to store this mode, this value, which is what is the user trying to do. We have to store that somewhere, right? That's a value that can change. It can obviously be sign up or it can be login. That gives us the clue that it's probably something like a variable, right? Which is a concept that we've already learned. That's a holding pen, a container for a value that can be different, that can change depending on the context, right? It's dynamic. And in Bubble, we already learned that we've got a really great place where we can instantiate or use this concept of variables, where we can have a holding pen for dynamic data, and that's a custom state. So the simplest way for us to do this, right, is to, as before when we did this on the index page, is to have this custom state living here at the page level. So on the sign up page itself, click this little eye guy, this little eye icon, add a new custom state, right? Okay, now there's potentially lots of different ways that we could do this. We could have, so for example, just a state called mode, and it is a text field, right? And if we have this text field here, we could say, okay, the default value is sign up, right? That's absolutely fine. And then we could do something like, all right, when the switch to sign up button is clicked, all we do is we set the state that we just created on the sign up page, right? We set that to sign up. And we basically have the inverse condition here on group sign up, where when it says switch to login, we have here set the state, and we'll set this again. Remember, the mode is living on the sign up page. We could set this, we could just type in here login. That's absolutely fine as well. Just so we can test this in action, I'll just put a text here up the top, which is only going to pull out the value in that custom state. So I'll select sign up, mode, right? And this text value is now just going to reflect what is the mode, right? Before we do anything else. So I could click here, switch to sign up, right? And obviously nothing's going to happen. I might actually need to move my group login just to the side slightly so we can see the two forms side by side. All right, so now we're in sign up. So if I click here, switch to login from the sign up form, notice how it switches to login. If I click switch to sign up from the login form, notice how it switches to sign up, right? And so what we want to do, obviously in this scenario, is to show one form or the other. And so if I undo this so they're in front of each other, we've already seen how we can hide elements by default. And I'll do this for the sign up group and the login group, right? And then have conditions that say under what conditions should they become visible. So we can use that exact same concept here. So for group login, we can say, okay, when that custom state, which lives inside of the sign up page, when the mode is login, then we want this group login to be visible. And then we could have the inverse condition on group sign up, where when the mode is sign up, then we make the sign up group visible. And now if we preview this, we're in the sign up form, switch to login, now we see the login form. Switch to sign up, now we see the sign up form, okay? So that's great. That is a perfectly valid way to do this, but there's one problem. And this is highlighting a fundamental principle, a good principle to have in mind when you're programming in any language, Bubble or any language. And that is the principle of dry. Do not repeat yourself, okay? What we're doing here is we are adding the same information into multiple places in our program, right, in Bubble. I've had to hard type here, hard code, so to speak, type the word sign up in this group sign up condition. I did the same thing for this login button, this login groups condition. I also typed those same words up here. So when I was switching to sign up, I typed the word sign up, okay? Now imagine we had other groups that we wanted to show here. Maybe there was like a forget password group. Then again, I'd be typing in the values for these different modes. And how easy is it for me to just absent-mindedly make this one, for example, capitalized, right? Or put a space in between. Right now, the value that I've used here, right? This is my button switch to sign up. So I can right click reveal to element just to show you switch to sign up, right? When this is clicked, I'm going to set the mode here to sign up with a capital S and a space in between. However, the condition that group sign up is using in order to decide when it becomes visible is using sign up spelt like this, all lowercase and with no space in between. And this was just like a very easy mistake for me to make absent-minded. And what it means is that when I'm here on the page, right, I'll switch to login, that works, okay, switch to sign up. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's broken. What's happening? And thankfully you always have the debugger, so you can go in and you can see, okay, group sign up should be visible. So let's see if we can find it. Group sign up, and group sign up's mode is sign up is evaluating to red. And then you'll see, of course, that, okay, I'm looking to see whether the mode is sign up all lowercase, no spaces, but in fact the mode is with a space in between. So, and this problem, this bug originated from the basic fact that we repeated ourselves. And when you repeat yourself, you increase the chances of introducing bugs like this. You also just make it harder generally for you to maintain your app over time as it gains in complexity, because there's all of these different things that you just sort of have to hold in your head. You have to remember that, okay, sign up is spelled all lowercase and with no spaces. That's the way that we have to do it so that this form doesn't break. You don't want to be doing those kind of things because you're a human being, you're going to forget, you're going to make mistakes. So one way that we can protect ourselves from ourselves essentially is by not repeating ourselves any more than is absolutely necessary. And so I want to show you here a way in which we can do this without repeating ourselves that introduces a new concept in Bubble, and that concept is option sets. Now, option sets, these behave just like data types. Okay, so I'm going to skip the tutorial right here, right? This is just like a data type, only an option set is not something that your users define, okay? You define them yourself as the developer administrator of the application. Let me show you what I mean. So just like with the data type, right? Exactly the same as a data type, we add a new option here. And for me, I want to define here two options for the mode scenario that we're discussing here, right? I want a sign up option and I want a login option. So I want to create this thing that essentially only has two entries. I'm creating a new shelf in my database essentially, but it's a shelf in the back room, in the back office that my customers never see. They can technically see it, but they don't have the ability to change, add things to the shelf, retrieve stuff from the shelf, right? This is just a shelf that I'm using internally to kind of manage my operations. So I might have here as my option set, I might have the sign up views, or convention I often use is nav, because it's sort of a navigation kind of thing, nav sign up. And now that I've created this, okay, what we can do here is we've got a built-in attribute called text. Okay, so this is exactly the same as the field for a data type, right? Just like a task has a title, all the options that we create have this display field, which is set to a text. And what I can do here is I can create a new option, a new entry, a new package on my nav sign up shelf in my database, so to speak, for each of the modes that I potentially want here, right? So I could have one called sign up and one called login. Okay, now these are the only modes that I need. These are the only modes that exist in my database. Okay, and now that I have these existing, I can do something that I think is very, very magical about Bubble. All right, because I can do something like this. This is my action that I created before for switching to login. Okay, set the state mode of sign up. On our group sign up, where we have this custom state mode, which is set to text, I can set this instead to only accept a nav sign up shaped thing, a nav sign up option, right? Here it is up here, right? Nav sign up. There's my one option set that I've created. So think about this naming, right? A set of options, right? A shelf, right, in our warehouse of options. Those are options that we configure ourselves as developers. So I've set this to be nav sign up, and I can even choose here now what my default value is from the options that exist, right? So this is beautiful because I can now say, okay, the default value is sign up. That's great. I've introduced a few issues here by doing this, and that's fine. We're going to kind of go through here and refactor, as it's called, which is just change, update the logic in our application. So this text up the top, which was just basically a little signaler to ourselves while we're developing as to what the value here of this mode is. This is now broken because it was evaluating to just a text value, right? That's what this was before. Now we've changed it to nav sign up. So everywhere that was referencing this mode now kind of needs to be reconfigured in light of the fact that the data type for this custom state has changed. So sign up mode, we can say actually what we want to display here for the current mode is the display value. So this is exactly the same as, okay, you're grabbing a task from the database and now you want to pull out one of the attributes to display here in this text field. You can't display the whole task through a text field, you've got to display one of the fields in that task. Same concept here, right? We've got a sign up mode option, right? That's an option shaped package that we're pulling into our application, and now you got to extract one of the fields. And the only field that we have for our options is this display field. Okay, we can actually create new options, which are just the same as creating new fields for all of the options in our option set, but we don't need to worry about that right now. the display field is all that we want. By using an option set here, and I'll set it to display value. By using an option set here, we are solving the problem for ourselves of creating a discrete, i.e. a limited set of options, right, that are going to be used in a particular context in our application. So in this case, a limited set of modes or a limited set of views, right? I might actually change the terminology here so it's clear what's going on. This custom state is really like a view, like what thing do we want to view on the sign up page? And our nav sign up option set, we'll change it to something a little easier. This is our sign up view. And so by default, when this page is loaded, the view that we want the user to see is sign up. But if we wanted them to be able to switch that view to log in, well, now it's just a matter of, if we've got our group login over here, we've got this button to switch to sign up. Let's change the workflow. And then instead of setting the view custom state to a hard typed sign up value, right? We just choose from the options, right? The predefined packages that we have within our sign up view option set, right? Which is just a set of discrete limited options, okay? And then this way, we don't repeat ourselves. We're gonna set the value here to sign up when the user clicks switch to sign up. On the group sign up, which is now looking at this custom state to decide what to do, right? It's now looking at the value inside. The value inside should correspond to exactly the same thing that we have pushed into that custom state, right? So we're pushing a value in, we're pulling a value out, right? And we've got to make sure that the value that the sign up group is looking at, is expecting, is going to be the same value in that option set, in this custom state rather, that's been pushed there, right? So that's where an option sets come in really handy. And then we just do the same thing for our workflow to switch to login, right? We want to make sure that this value here is set to log in. This is one of the options in our options set, which is not really part of our database, but conceptually it works the same way as our database does. And then I make sure that my group login is, instead of now comparing the custom state view to some hard type text value here, I just choose from the options once again. So I want this to appear when the view is login. Notice what we're doing here. It is essentially the same thing as a traffic light where we're saying, hey, like, there's only going to be, let's say it's a simplified traffic light, there's only going to be two possible options. It's going to be a green light and it's going to be a red light. Okay, so now we're not going to get into any kind of tricky scenario where we accidentally have our login group responding to a turquoise light, or we're saying when this button is clicked, we're going to set the value to a light orange light. Okay, we're not going to get into those scenarios, okay, because we've already defined ahead of time what the possible options are: red and green, login and sign up, right? Those are the only options that are possible to choose. If I try to do anything else here, it's just not going to let me. It's just not a valid option, okay? And then I'm just going to get rid of this little text that we had at the top, which was sort of an indicator for what was being displayed. We've got no issues. And now this should work just as before, but now in this do not repeat ourselves paradigm. So I switch to login. So this button is clicked, and now what we're doing, right, is we're setting the value to this login custom state. Our login group appears. Switch to sign up, our sign up page appears, right? And now I should be able to put in my email and password, hit login, and I may be logged in here, but I didn't have a workflow to actually navigate me, right? We actually want to have an action here to navigate me to the app page after I've been logged in. But what's going to happen now is when I refresh the page, we're going to have this action probably kick in. When the current user's logged in, we're going to end up on the app page. So there we go, being redirected to the app page, right? So if I was actually going to test this now, as it should be working, I'm going to switch to login, and here we are logged in on the app page. Now, option sets can also be used in a user-facing way. So let's say we want to add the feature where our tasks have statuses, right? And those statuses are the same for everybody. They're sort of defined by our application. So we might have to do, doing, done, right? Classic. An option set can be used for that as well. What we do is we go into option sets and we create a new option called task status. Right? And now we just add the different statuses that we want to exist in our application. So to do, doing, done, let's say, right? And now we can make a relationship between this task status option set, right? Which is essentially one data type of thing, right? It's just under this option set umbrella, and another data type thing, our task. Okay, so we've already seen that we have this relationship between a task and a user, right? That's this creator field, but we can also have relationships between other data types as well. So our task here can have a field called status, which is attached to this task status option set that we just created. And we can even set here a default status for new tasks that we create. So let's say the default status is to do. So now let me sign up here as a new user, just so that we can sort of start from scratch here with our new task status option set and see how it works in the front end. So let's say I want to create a task, right? When I create this task, if I go and find this now in the database, notice here how we have this status field filled already to do. There it is, and I can manually change it here if I want. And so now what I could do for each of these is, let's say I'm going to Command D to duplicate this text. I might clear this all out, and this here can be a little bit of UI that says what is the status of our task. So I might call this, the parent group's tasks status, right? And of course we have to display some text value, so we'll do that. And I'll give this, let's just call it a little bit of interesting styling. I'll give it like a really light blue background, set the font color to be a dark blue, and I'll give it a little bit of padding as well, right? We really talked about padding when we created this group task here, which has the space between the border of the group and the elements inside. You can do the same thing on a text element itself. So you can create space between sort of the edge of the text element and where the text actually begins. So if I add here, for example, 4 padding, it just adds a little bit. I might bump it up there so you can see it a bit clearer. Let's call it 14. See, you can see here that there's this little extra space here, this grayed out space that you could create right around the text element. So we'll keep it small for now. And then one of the other things that we can do here to style this is to add a little bit of roundness to the border. That actually isn't very noticeable, my background color. So I'm gonna bump it up a little bit more and maybe add a little bit more padding as well. Okay, so we've got this to-do item, and obviously if I create another one, that's also gonna have that to-do. And now we'd probably want to have somewhere where we can change the status here for a task. So I want to show you a different way of doing this actually, where we change the status, not within this form, but just right here within this more details group for a task. So we've got our selected task group over here, right? What I can do, I grab a drop-down element, and a drop-down element is a type of input that lets us choose a number of possible options to be displayed and lets the user select one of them. So I can add just some static options here, and the drop-down will appear as follows, and it will output here as a value the option that was selected. Now, right now by default, this is a text type value, right? This is just a text output, but we want it to actually be a status type thing, right? This option set status that we just created. So I can choose here, instead of static choices, I can choose dynamic choices. Let's actually rename our drop-down to drop-down status. And then here, just like when we set the data source for a container, right? We set the data source here for the drop-down to be the type of thing that we want to display through it. So we can choose this to be task status, right? One of these option sets that we have existing in our option set sort of part of our warehouse, so to speak. Then we say, okay, of all of the options for the task status option set, which ones do you want to show, right? In our case, keeping it simple, we're going to choose all task statuses. So that means literally, right, this one and this one, like all of the options that exist within this task status option set, I want those to be choices available to the user through this dropdown. And then the caption is simply what part of the option are we displaying here within the dropdown, right? Because we may have multiple attributes here. I'm not going into this right now, but you may have a caption field of type text for each option, and you could add the value for this caption field to each option by going over here, modify attributes, and then you could say for tasks that need doing, I don't know, something simple. And this is literally, even though it have the same sort of view that you have in the database for normal data types, right? This is the same thing, right, as going in to my app data here, all tasks, and adding in some value here, some value, right? The thing going to appear within our application. It's only that we're defining it in a static way for our static sort of admin defined options. And so the caption here, right, now I could choose between maybe this caption value for a particular option, which obviously doesn't make too much sense in this context. We want it to be the display value, okay? So if I load this up now, it's gonna start to make a bunch more sense, where we're gonna see to do, doing, done, etc. If I had chose the caption, let's say my doing has for tasks that are in progress. For done, we might say for done tasks. Now for each option, we're displaying the caption field here. Okay, so that's just a different way of doing things, but we want to display the display value. You know, what I basically want to do is whenever I change this value, right, I just want it to automatically update the corresponding task, right? So the simplest way to do this is to use a concept called auto-binding. So we've got this option here, enable auto-binding on parent elements thing. Okay, so well, what does that mean? Well, the parent elements thing to start with is, if we look at the dropdown, what's the parent to the dropdown? It's group selected task. What's the type of thing in group selected task? It's a task, and the data source is coming from that custom state that we set earlier. The dropdown doesn't care about that. It just cares about what value is in this group right now, right? This container is a container for a task. So when we say enable auto binding on parents elements thing, you can read that as enable auto binding on the selected task. So then what does the auto binding part mean? Well, if I tick that, we get a little bit of a clue where it says field to modify. This field to modify is the field to modify on the parent elements thing, right? Now, auto binding means just a mapping between this input element, a drop down, and a field on a data type. So in other words, enable auto binding on parents elements thing in this scenario means I want you to update the value of field to modify on the selected task to whatever the value of this drop-down status is. So if I choose here status, this is essentially the same thing as saying, I want the status field on the parent elements thing, that's the selected task. I want that status field to be set to whatever the value of this drop-down is. Okay, so what that means ultimately, and I realize I'm explaining this in multiple different ways here, hopefully in a way that makes sense, is that when we change this drop-down's value, right, it's gonna update the corresponding field on the selected task. So if I change it to doing on build my bubble app, the build my bubble app status will change to doing. For us to make this work, we have to address this message here. The important part here is there are no privacy rules that let any users use this auto binding field. Click here to get to the privacy section of the data tab. So we'll do that, and Bubble didn't take me there. So that's a little bug for you, Bubble. On the task, what we have here is this field called allow auto binding, which is unticked by default. So if we tick that, we can say what fields are allowed to be auto bound. In other words, what fields are allowed to be bound to input elements that have auto binding turned on. So in our case, there's only one that we're actually looking at here, which is status. And see how that message went away right now. And so this should actually now work. Build my bubble app, it's now set to do. If I set this to doing, right? Notice how doing here changed on this bubble app task. And if I go into my bubble database, you can see build my bubble app, the status is now doing. If I change it to done, then and refresh this, then the status is now done. So this is, for a lot of applications, often a more intuitive way of changing data in your database, right? We don't need a separate button here like we have an edit task to save the changes. It's just reacting in real time to whatever the user is selecting. And now you might be asking, do we actually even need this whole edit pop-up? Can we just make this selected task group just act like a edit form, right, using auto binding? And the answer is yes, we absolutely can. So we could replace all of this, right? If I just delete all of this stuff that we have currently in here, and I'll take this drop down status out of, looked like it was in a little bit of a group here, which we don't need. I could basically reproduce this using inputs. So I'll grab a picture uploader, and like before, I can say enable auto binding, and now I can choose what field I want this picture uploader to be mapped to on the underlying data type, which of course is the selected task. And since this is a picture uploader, there's only one eligible field that we have on the selected task, right? There's only one image field that this picture uploader can actually work with. That's a data type that the picture uploader works with. And that's the cover image field. So we're gonna select that, and we're gonna see that same message here about, well, we don't have the ability exposed within privacy rules for a user to be able to use auto binding for this cover image field, okay? So we're gonna tick that on, and we're gonna tick it on for all of these actually, because in turn, we're now gonna enable auto binding for all of these fields within this dual purpose view selected task and modify selected task. It's kind of doing both things at once. So I could have here an input, right? And the input is gonna be the input task name. This is picture uploader task cover image, and right, as before, we'll use auto binding. Title, what else do we have? We've got a date time picker for the due date, date time picker task due date, auto binding, due date. It should actually be date and time. We've obviously got our drop down for status already existing here. And then the only other field that we had was a multi-line input, which we can, of course, as well set to be auto binding, and the field that we're mapping to this, of course, now is the description field. And we can actually now do away with this edit button altogether, and on our pop-up create edit task, right, that we could change this, but right now it will still work in the create task scenario because we set up the logic for that, but we don't have any trigger for it now in the edit task scenario. So see here how these guys are now being populated. Neither of them have a cover image. I'll add a YouTube video there and build my bubble app, add something there as well. Now, tiny little trick, notice how this doesn't quite look as good as it did when we had the image taking up the full space of this top picture element. What we don't actually have with the picture uploader is the ability to use, like, how should this image appear? We had like a zoom setting, right? When we used an image element, like so, right? I can add a dynamic data source here, and then I have this run mode rendering option, which allows me to basically use zoom to crop into it, and that looks quite nice. So one little trick that you can do is you can put this image element directly behind the picture uploader. And how you know it's behind is the image element has to be above the picture element within this elements tree, okay? So now the picture element is technically in front of the image element. Make the image element as big as the picture uploader, and you might need to click it here in the elements tree in order to select it here. And have the data source set as the parent group's task cover image, just as we have it. With this picture uploader now, We don't want, this is going to get in the way. Like if you load this now and we open up one, we'll see you've sort of got one image here inside of the other image, which doesn't look very good. This image inside is from the picture uploader, not from the image element. The image element behind looks fine. So what we can actually do is just make this picture uploader invisible, but it's still there, able to be clicked on. So we just use this opacity setting here. Okay, we just set this to 0. Okay, and now it looks nice, right? The image looks all nice and cropped, but we click on this and we get the ability for us to upload something new, which is really cool. So the last thing that we might want to do here, we might want to be able to filter our list of tasks by their status. I might just create another one here, so we have kind of something to work with. Let me give this a date and a time. All right, so we could add a filter up here to filter our tasks by their status. And I encourage you to have a go at doing this on your own, but otherwise let's do it here together ourselves. Let's just create a little bit of room up here, and we can use this drop down element. We can call it drop down filter status. Just as before, we are wanting the options within this drop down to be dynamic, right? They're pulled from somewhere else in our application. And that place is, of course, this option set task statuses. So we set this up the same way as we set up the drop down for assigning a task status, only this time we're of course not going to use auto binding. So we're going to choose all task statuses, and it's the display value that we want to appear for each task status option that is going to appear here. We don't even need to assign a default value. And then all we need to do is within our search expression within this repeating group of tasks is just add another search constraint. And this time it's going to be status, and we want this to be equal to the value that's coming out of this drop down here. So we're going to go status is equal to the drop down filter status, right? Note how ignore empty constraints is still ticked. What that means is that by default, all of the tasks in our database are appearing here, but as soon as there's a value here selected within our drop down for task statuses, that this list is filtered. So I can now just view obviously any of the tasks for each of these categories. So notice what we're doing here. It's quite interesting. We've got this relationship now between a task and kind of another concept, another thing in our warehouse full of concepts of data types, right? I'm sort of hesitant to use the word data type here because we've got data types and we've got option sets, but they both behave just as data, different types of data, right? One is data that is created programmatically within the context of your application, right? When users hit this button, we create a new task. When users sign up, we create a new user. And the other are more sort of admin style objects or admin entities that you or we define as the developer of our application that can then be used in different places. So I want to show you here another type of data relationship that we haven't touched on yet, and that's the concept of having a list of things assigned to another data type. So the problem to solve here is, what if we wanted to have our users create tags for their tasks? So they could create like a number of different tags, like my personal task, my work task, let's say. But unlike statuses, like we don't want to define what those tags are for a user. Like I don't really want to do something like this and sort of say ahead of time, the types of tags that you have available to you are personal, sort of work tasks, our business tasks. I want the user to be able to define these sort of tags themselves, right? Depending on what type of task that they want to create. So that means that instead of an option set, I want to create here a new data type, right? And this new data type is going to be called a tag. We want to make it private by default, right? Now that we start to get familiar with how privacy rules work, when I have this ticked and I hit create and we look at the privacy rule for this tag, note how it's automatically created this privacy rule for us. This tag's creator is current user, which is the same as the privacy rule that we created by hand, so to speak, for a task, right? So this means that only tags that I've created, I can see, right? No other users can see my tags. I can't see anybody else's tags. And a tag in this case might just have one field, right? It might just have a name field, right? That's all we actually need it to have at the moment. So what we ultimately want to do is to be able to have the tags for a task appear within the details for that task, and possibly we can filter then our tasks depending on the tags that are assigned to them. Now, in this scenario, a task can have multiple tags, okay? So I just want to sketch this out for a second. So we've got this thing called a task living in our database, right? We've got this thing called a user also living in our database, and we've already seen that there is this default relationship that a task has to a user. So this task is pointing to the user. One of the fields on this task, the created by field or the creator field, is pointing to this user, right? So this is what we would call a one-to-one relationship, right? There's a relationship between this one task and this one user. And that's the same relationship actually that we have with this other thing that we created called a status, this option set, right? A task also has a one-to-one relationship with a status. But now there's this other kind of weird category of thing going on where we've got these tags. Maybe I'll draw them as triangle. We got one tag, we got another tag, we maybe got another tag, right? And these could be anything. Like this tag could be a tag with a field like personal for its title, and this one could be like work, right? Family, right? They're all unique tags, and this task actually has a relationship with all of them. Now, this is a different situation because we've got this one data type, this one entry, this one task that has a relationship with many tags. So this is actually sort of one relationship here, which is actually a one-to-many type of relationship, right? This one task is connected to many tags. And crucially for one-to-many, right, because these tags are actually associated with a task, the list of tags is presumed to be relatively finite and limited. It's not like if you had, for example, a social media post, like a tweet, and then you could have all of these comments, like here's one comment, here's another comment, here's another one, and really this could just get, you could have so many of these, and the list here is realistically potentially infinite, right? It's not limited at all. This is not the sort of relationship that we want to do in this direction here, where a post is holding on to all of the comments that are related to it. In that scenario, we actually want to have the inverse connection where we might have multiple comments. And in this case, the comments themselves are pointing back to the post. So in this scenario, we have what we would call a many-to-one relationship. Okay, this is a lot more manageable. We're not actually seeing this particular example in our application today, but I wanted to point it out nonetheless to give you a more holistic understanding here. Okay, so how we do this, on the task, we're going to create a new field. We're going to call it a tag. And we want to create the relationship now to the tag data type that we created. Only this time, because it's this one-to-many relationship that we're creating, we're going to select here, this field is a list. We're going to create that. Now, first things first, let's create a form where our users can create these tags. And I want to make this really simple. I'm going to create a new pop-up where the user can manage their tags. It's just a very convenient kind of type of container for us to have this UI. And this is going to be pop-up manage tags, right? By default, this is a column layout, right? Let's make it fixed for now, but we'll just increase the size a little bit just to make it a little bit more friendly to work with. Manage tags. And this is going to just have two things in it, right? I just want it to have an input for creating the tag. So this is input, we'll call this input new tag. And we can have a button next to it here. And the button, in our case, right, we just want to choose here a button that's just an icon, right? We saw how we could do this before, and now we're actually using it in practice. We might just want to use like a little plus sign here. That's probably all that we need. So this is going to be button create tag. And the workflow here, right, you can probably guess how this is going to go. We want to create a new thing. Type of thing that we want to create is a tag. There's only one field that we've defined for a tag, which is the name field. And what we want to be set as this name field is obviously going to come from that input that we just created, input new tags value, right? And then maybe we'll just reset the inputs as well, which Bubble is very conveniently providing to us. And then all we need, of course, is a place where we can launch this pop-up. So let's create another little button here that is button manage tags, and we'll give it a different sort of look as well to make it stand out from create tasks. And on this workflow, all we're going to do is show the pop-up. So this is exactly the same thing that we've done before. Show an element, choose what we're going to show, and that's our new pop-up manage tags. All right, so if we preview this, now we have our new pop-up being opened. By the way, with any pop-up, default behavior is that we can just close outside of the pop-up as so, right? But you can also, if you want to get a little fancy already at this stage, you could add here a little sort of icon at the top, which in our case, I'm going to choose one of these styles like primary. Okay, you can get a little bit fancy, and we'll set this to be like a cross. Actually, I know it's just X. There you go, there's the X. And we'll get rid of the background color altogether and just give this a dark appearance, increase the size a little bit, and add a workflow here, which is going to hide the pop-up. So we can type here, hide an element, or you can find this under element actions, hide an element, and then choose the element that we want to hide. So hide the pop-up manage tasks. Okay, so now we can open this up, close it out. That's just a little aside. What we want to test that is working is that we can create our own tags. So if I go step-by-step mode here, I see, yep, I'm creating a new tag, resetting the inputs. Okay, great. Maybe I've got a work tag, and that looks like it's working quite well. And if we look in our database for tags, lo and behold, now we have 2 entries. Okay, then the last thing in this form is probably just to have a repeating group, right? Where we can display this list of tags to the user. So this is not using any new concepts. These are concepts that we've all already dealt with. I don't want it to have a fixed number of rows, right? I want to be able to scroll within it depending on how many tags that I have. So this is my repeating group of tags. And as you might have guessed, the type of thing that we want to set here is a tag. And we want to now pull out all of the tags that this user has created. So we can do a search for all of the tags, and to make sure that they're coming from the current user, we want to make sure that we're setting this created by field equal to the currently logged in user. Note, of course, that we did have privacy rules set up for this tag that is going to prevent other users from finding it by default, but still a good practice, as we discussed, to be explicit with any element that's doing a query, that's retrieving stuff, doing a search from our database. So we always know what this particular element is meant to do, right? And then we can just have a little text element inside each of these that displays the current cell's tag's name, okay? So if I click here, manage tags, you see I've got personal one there, I've got a work one, and maybe I've got a family tag as well. And you can change some of the appearance stuff to do with this repeating group of tags. Right now I've got a column layout. I'll set that to be fixed so that we can have a little bit more control just while we're learning here. But we could do something like add a separator, right? So all of our tags will appear as if they're individual cells. Okay, so now that we've got the ability here to create tags, right? How do we have the relationship created between a task and one or more tags? What we could always do, just to show and demonstrate the concept, is create this relationship ourselves manually within our Bubble database. So we've got here all tasks. If I click on this top one, for example, See here, I've got this entry here that says tag, and I have the ability here to add stuff, right? If I start typing here, one of the tags, right? Notice how this long string or this long collection of digits appears here, okay? So this is actually the unique identifier for this family tag in the database. See how this particular task, edit YouTube video, it also has a unique ID, right? And it's this long collection of numbers. So you can think of this like a completely unique address for this task in our database, right? No other data type has this particular unique ID. It's the same thing as like a social security number or like a tax ID or even like your home address, right? It's a piece of information that identifies you and you alone, right? There might be a lot of Matthew Nearys in the world, but there's only one that has my specific social security number or lives at my specific address. So that is how you can be sure that you're dealing with the right data and not other data. One small change I'm going to make here so that I'm not sort of blindly just believing that this unique ID belongs to this tag is I can go over here to app data and select primary fields, and I'm going to select here what field on each data type I want to appear when I'm making changes like this in the database. So this is essentially like saying for a dropdown, right, what's the caption field? Remember, dropdown, we have this field option caption. So that's what particular attribute, what field, what piece of information on this thing, in this case, the task, do we want to display for each row in this dropdown? Well, it's the same basic concept here when we select primary fields. Field do we want to be the one that we basically identify this tag with, that we see that represents it to us while we're here within the app data part of our application. So if I select here name, you'll see what I mean in a minute. Open up this task again here to edit it. And now if I type in a tag's name, I see here it appears as family, and I can now add it. And I could add this one to work and add it. So now if I hit save, see how we now have family and work assigned to this particular task. If I set the primary fields here back to unique ID, notice how we're now seeing the unique IDs for these tags here in this field, okay? And that's because the unique ID is ultimately the identifying factor here for this tag. So we know that the relationship that this task has is with this particular tag and not another particular tag that might happen to have the same name. I tell you all that just to give you a little bit of a sense about what's happening here under the hood. And when you see these values, you're not going to freak out. So how do we allow our users to make this connection between their tasks and their tags? We need to update our interface, obviously. And we've already got our sort of edit task form here. And what I want to do is add an input that lets me choose more than one entry, right, and assign it here. Now, I don't actually have here an input that allows me to do that, but there is an input that exists as a plugin that does allow me to do this. So this is going to be a good time for us to just introduce the concept of plugins, which you can access over here on the left menu. And I don't have any plugins installed. All a plugin is, right, are like superpowers for your application, right? You can install all kinds of different plugins that then allow you to do all different types of things in your application that you can't do just default with Bubble, right? So if you look down, there's lots of different types here, chart elements. We've seen the sort of default alert, but we've got different plugins for different alert. You've got plugins that let you display videos in different ways, right? And the vast majority of these are created by the community. So all of these plugins are written in code, right? The community has actually written code to expose different options and different superpowers to your Bubble application that it wouldn't otherwise have. Okay, so that's all the plugin is. The one that we're looking for here is called the multi-select dropdown. This is a plugin that Bubble has developed, right? You can trust the plugins that Bubble has developed, but when you're installing any sort of plugin, you really want to pay attention to the number of installs that it has. That's generally a good indicator of how well it is trusted. But you can also go to the plugin page for any plugin to get a little bit more of a description of it. And there's often ratings here. Some of these ratings you need to take with a grain of salt. People will give a plugin like a 1-star rating if they couldn't figure out how to use it. Doesn't mean that there's a problem with the plugin. It just means that the person sort of struggled to get it working as they expected. But generally speaking, these are a good data point to know. Now, anybody can develop a plugin for this plugin ecosystem, and some are obviously more trustworthy than others. So if you want to know who are the plugin developers that you can trust more, then check out my cheat sheet down in the description. But as before, the one that we're looking for here is this multi-select dropdown. So I'm gonna come over here and install it. And it's telling us here that it's giving us one element, right? Plugins can give you new actions, new workflows, new elements, right? Different components that you can configure within the editor. This one gives us an element. And if I go into the design tab, we can see this element under input form. So it's a multi-dropdown. So I'm gonna grab it and I'm going to drag it here onto the page. I'm gonna rename it as multi-dropdown tags. And you can see here it's got some kind of default choices. Let me just show you how this looks right out of the box. All right, so here is my multi-dropdown. It's gonna let me choose a number of choices. I can remove them. And if you look at what is exposed from this element using the debugger, you can see here that it is a list of things, right? Just like my repeating group of tasks, right, is exposing a list of things, right? There's 3 of them in this case. This multi-dropdown is exposing a list of things too. In this case, as its default behavior, it's a list of texts. So we want to change this, of course, so that it's exposing a list of tags. The way that we configure this is very similar to a dropdown, where we want to choose, if we want to have static options here, almost always it'll be some dynamic value, and then we choose here what it is that we want to display as options. So in our case, it's going to be tags. And then because this is data that is coming from our database that users are created, okay, we're going to have to do a search for, just like we do for a repeating group, just like we do for any data that's coming from the database, do a search for is how we retrieve that data from the database. So of course we're searching here for tags, and the constraint here should be, right, where the created by field is equal to the current user, right? Exactly the same search expression here, right, that we have inside of the pop-up for managing tags that we just created, right? It's exactly the same search expression. And then what's the caption, right? What value do we want to display for each tag? The name field, of course. And so now, if I load my page up, we should see here that I have my tags that I have dutifully created. To have these tags be actually saved onto our task, we can use Autobinding as before, but I just want to show you, because it's something that you're going to come up against, how we would save these tags if we were doing it in a workflow. So I'm going to have a new button here called Save Tags. It's a little different saving things to a field, which is a list, right? This field here, tag, is a list type field that's configured to take more than one thing, as opposed to something like the status, which is configured to take a single thing, right? So this is a one-to-one relationship, right? A field configured for a one-to-one relationship. And this is a field configured for a one-to-many relationship. When you save data into a list field, it's a little different. So that's why I just want to show you this. So this button Save Tagged is clicked. We want to make changes to the task, right, that's inside of this group, right? Remember that this Save Tags is inside of this group selected task, which is taken as its data source, the selected task. So the thing that we want to change is going to be the parent group's task, right? The task living in the parent element. And what we're changing here is going to be the tag field, right? In fact, what we should really be calling this is tags to be more descriptive, because it's going to hold more than one value. So when we choose tags, we don't have here the equals option like we have if we're choosing a status, or we instead have these various operators. Now, I'm not going to demonstrate how all of these work right now. You always have, of course, the Bubble manual to give you a description of that. But The only one that I want to show you here is set list, which is where we take a list from somewhere and we assign it to this field, this tags field, which is of course set to take a list of things. So we're going to set this list to, we need to set it to somewhere where we get as output a list, right? And so we could actually, you have as options here, the repeating group of tags. That's not the behavior that we want, but it's a valid input for this make changes to a thing action, because the output of this repeating group of tags, right, the repeating group of tags that we have here, right, is a list of tags. And that's exactly what this action wants us to put in here. But we know that in our case, what we want to do is set this to be the multi-dropdown tags, which also is output a list of tags. Okay, and now this is a valid expression. So if I go build my bubble app, let's say that this is work and personal, and I save that. If I now go and I look at build my bubble app, I'll see these two tasks appearing. Let's change the primary field back to name, so that's a little easier for us to see what's happening. You can see there we have personal and work. Now, for the sake of good UX, we actually don't want to do it this way. We're going to have this multi-dropdown work with auto binding just as we're using the rest of these fields. So I'm going to tick this, set auto binding on parent elements thing, and the only valid field here, because this multi-dropdown tags is configured to output a list of tags, the only field that is a list of tags on the task data type, the only field there that's appropriate is list of tags. So that's the only one that we are seeing. Again, we need to explicitly allow this field to be modified using auto binding in privacy rules. Okay, and now what this means is that as I click on these guys, this post YouTube video right now, post YouTube video doesn't have any tags, but of course, as I start changing values here and I make sure I refresh, then we're seeing that they are changing. I don't know why these guys have disappeared. I might refresh my whole browser here. And so I've refreshed my browser, go back to app data, all tasks, and okay, they're appearing here. So that's just like a little lesson. If something isn't quite looking right, just refresh your editor. A lot of the time that will fix it. Now, one other small thing we might want to do here is allow our users to delete the tags that they've already created. So in our repeating group here of tags, I'm just going to add another little button. I'm actually just going to copy the one that we have existing there for the close icon and set this to be a trash icon. We could actually probably use one of the built-in styles here. Yeah, there we go. That looks nice. And I just want to add a workflow here. So when this trash icon is clicked, we're going to use an action which is under data, delete a thing. What's the thing that we want to delete? Well, we're running this workflow from inside the context of repeating group cell. So we should then have access to the current cells tag. So if I let me just create a new one here, and you'll see there it is in the database. If I go back, hit delete, now it's gone from the database. Now in practice, you probably want to put this delete action behind some kind of confirmation step. Are you sure you want to delete this tag? How to do that, a little bit outside the scope of this video, but at least now you know how you can actually delete an item from the database. Now that we have this, you probably want to be able to filter the tasks that we have based on their tag. Right? So to do that, we can simply just create another dropdown. So let's make a little bit of room for it. Maybe we'll make this repeating group just a little bit wider and just move all of this over slightly. We do want to try to keep things aligned, and I will just go Command D to duplicate this dropdown, which will be our dropdown filter tag. Okay, and since we just copied it, we've got all the same properties as before. So I'll just change this from task status, what it was configured, to instead choose a tag. And that, of course, is going to give us some broken expressions. We can change that pretty simply. We can set this to be, again, that same search expression where we're looking for tags that are created by the current user. And the caption, again, is just going to be that name field. Placeholder, we might want to just put here tag. For this one, we'll put status. And we can even add a placeholder for this date field by ticking customize the input placeholder and adding in due date. Okay, so that looks all okay. But now we want to actually have our repeating group respond to the value of this dropdown, of course. So we need to add a new search constraint to our repeating group of tasks. So I'm going to click into it, add a new constraint. This time we're going to be choosing this tags field. And this tags field is a list of tags. We don't have this equals operator, but we do have this contains. And that's because this tags field is a list type field, right? So what this is saying is, does the list of tags that lives on our task, right? More than one tag, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tags, right? Does that list of tags contain this individual tag? The best way to understand this is just to see it. So tags contains, we're going to choose here the dropdown filter tag. The output of this dropdown filter tag is a single tag. That's why Bubble is helpfully telling us here evaluates to a tag, whereas tags is a list of tags. So we're basically saying, hey, does this collection of tags contain this other tag? Or in other words, is this one individual tag in this list of tags? So if I choose here personal, right? 2 tasks are appearing, 1 is not. If I choose work, again, what appears is changing. And if we look at the search expression here, I'll change this to personal. If we go and we look at the repeating group for tasks, then we can really understand what's going on. We scroll down to data source, click into this, and we can see here, yeah, does the tags field contain, and there's just one value here, personal. Okay, we are approaching the end here, but there's still a few last concepts that I just want us to deal with before we sign off. One of which is styles, which we sort of dealt with in a bit of a half-baked way throughout this video. Let's just deal with them properly now, just so that we really build intuition for what they actually do. If you can hark your mind back to when we created our landing page, we took a component from Bubble's component library here and plopped it onto the page. And one of the things that this did was add elements that actually weren't mapped to styles that we already have. So if we go to the styles tab, you can see here that there are all these different categories of elements. Let's just look at the text element because that's kind of the easiest to understand. And we've got all of these different styles that give you a little preview, and you can see that for each one, there's different properties, right? There's different properties, like the size for this heading 1 is 56 pixels. For heading 2, it's 44 pixels. For heading 4, it's 28 pixels. And also the font weight is different. So a style is nothing more than a collection of different styling properties that are all bundled together. And so you can just essentially have any element inherit a whole bunch of style properties all at once. And it allows you to have consistency in your design. So this annotate your notes with Bubble, right? We probably want to assign this to one of the headings that we already exist in our application, rather than just having it kind of free ball, so to speak, with its own specific properties. We actually don't have a style that's 64 pixels large. So I should change it here to heading 1, but I don't quite like that. So one of the things that I could do, I could assign a style like this, and I always have the option to override it. So you see here that it's overridden. It has all of the other properties that this style gave it, this text element, but with some differences that I'm overriding here. And I can always reset to go back to the base style. But let's say if I hit undo a couple of times, let's say that I actually like this text element, right? I like it being 64 pixels. Maybe I even make it slightly more bold. Well, what I always have the option to do when I have an element configured how I want, I can create a style from it that then I can use in other parts of my application. So if I open up the styles drop down here, I scroll to the bottom, I can create a new style. Okay, so I could name this, for example, let's call this my display text, or even just display, right? Display. That's text that I'm just going to use like in the biggest places in my application, on my landing page, for example. And now if I wanted to use this somewhere else, let's say maybe on my 404 page, for example, I could now set this style to display, and it would inherit the values, right, that this style has. I can always change it by going and editing it and making specific changes. So if I say that I want the font color for this display text to actually be this kind of purple, now the text here on my 404 page, which has the display style, is purple. And likewise, the text here on my index page is now purple as well. So this is a way to manage the look and feel of your application from a centralized place. We don't want to be individually styling every element, saying, okay, I want this one to be this shade of whatever, because then we get really inconsistent design patterns throughout our application, right? Our app is going to look like a weird rainbow of different font sizes and colors. What we want to do is kind of stick with a system, a design system that's going to allow our application to look consistent and professional to our end users. And thankfully, when you create a Bubble application, right, it gives you a whole bunch of pre-built styles. That's the easiest way to go, but you always have the option to change these and make the styles your own. So I'm going to undo all of this and change my display text back to black because that purple is a little bit random. Now, let's say for the sake of argument that I wanted to be able to have my tasks open on their own dedicated page so that maybe I could bookmark that page later. The ideal users of our application want to be able to have a dedicated page for each task so that maybe they could bookmark those tasks later, and possibly in some future iteration of this app, share the task page publicly with people. Now, we've already talked about how we can create new pages by clicking up over here and then adding a new page, right? So we'll do that here. We'll create a new web page and we'll call it the task page. But the key thing that I want us to understand right now is that pages, just like groups, are another type of container, right? Meaning that they can hold content inside of them. Okay, so whenever you create a page, you have this type of content field available to you, right? So I could actually set this here to be a task. And this means that I can add, for example, a big text field up here. Let's give it a large kind of header. And I can set this, if I insert dynamic data, I can set this to be the current page's task, right? Current page's task. And I can of course choose here from the field inside of my task, so we'll choose the title. Now, if I want to open one of the tasks from our app page on this new dedicated task page, let's just say that we're going to do that from this selected task group, and I'll just add like a little button up here. We're just going to have this have an icon with the label for opening it on an external website. I think that guy there. So that's like open on an external website. Let's just resize it a little bit. I might choose a different kind of default style here. And when this icon button is clicked, just like we've done in the past, we can use a go to page workflow. Only now we're going to send data to this page as we open it. So we're going to open up the task page and see how this data to send now has this red little border around it. And we've actually got an issue associated with this too. Remember to fill out data to send, okay? So because the task page, we configured it to have a type of content, right? Bubble wants us to send data now to the task page, right? It wants us to send a task. So we could actually just choose here the parent group's task, right? Because remember, we're clicking this button, which is called button H. I'm going to right click, reveal element, rename it to button open in new page. This button exists inside of group selected task, which is holding onto the selected task. So I always have access to the parent containers thing, which in this case is the selected task. If I was to do this now, if I was to go and click this guy over here, now see how I am on that task page that we just created and this text is being filled out dynamically. And pay attention to the URL here as well. So we're on the task page, and then the next part of the URL here is this long string of numbers, right? That's the unique ID that we saw before, right? We can actually have, so to speak, a prettier URL structure like this by using something called Slugs. So every data type that you create, if I go and I open up here, this post YouTube video, we have this slug field, right? So I could set this to be something like, if I'm in the URL, we might want this to be like post YouTube video, which not only looks prettier to the user, but is also better for SEO, right? It's better for the search engines like Google, who like to see URL structures that are descriptive like this. So I could actually set this as the slug value here. If I go back to my app page here and again, open up this task page, notice how Bubble is automatically now using the slug because the slug exists, right? If the slug doesn't exist, it'll use the unique ID. So I can show you that by clicking here and opening a task that does not have a slug assigned, right? It'll still have the unique ID. So to assign a slug to a data type, we'll use a particular type of action. I'm going to show you that action on the workflow where we create the task, which is over here, very handily organized, might I say. So we're going to create a new task. I'm actually going to insert an action after this task. The one that we're looking for here, if we go under data, we have set a things slug. Set a things slug. Now, the thing that we want to change here, what is the data type that we want to change? We actually have the ability in Bubble to grab data that has been created or manipulated in preceding steps in a workflow. This is one of the magical things that Bubble does, right? We can grab the result of a previous step. So we want to set the slug for a task. What task do we want to set the slug for? A task that was created here in step 1. So we can choose here, result of step 1. And then the slug value, we can actually just choose here, if I go insert dynamic data, we'll just choose again, this result of step 1's task, and we'll just grab the title field, okay? The thing to note with slugs is that you can't have edit YouTube video with spaces in between, right? This is just broken, this won't work. You need to have slugs that are so-called URL encoded, which are using characters that are allowed to be displayed in a URL. So you'll notice here that in fact the spaces that I added have actually been replaced with this little bit of syntax, which is the percentage sign followed by 20, right? That's how the space character is encoded for the purposes of displaying in a URL or using in a URL. So when we use this set a slug action, Bubble is actually going to do a few things, one of which is it's going to replace any spaces like this with a hyphen. So we can see this in action now. If we go back to our app page and I make a new arbitrary task here, I hit create. So this is my make dinner task. And if we look in our database and I open up here my make dinner task, you'll see here that the slug is make -dinner. And Bubble will also even handle tasks that have the same name or entries that have the same name. It'll append numbers to the end of the slug in that case. You can create your own logic, of course, for how you want slugs to be generated. That's a bit outside the scope of this particular video, but you can at least see here, if I click make dinner for this task, then here we are on the task page. And here, of course, I could add all of the different elements, text elements to display the due date, the description, the image, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to skip past that because I think that's stuff that you will understand how to do right now, but just wanted to highlight how to do this go to page by sending some data. There is one last thing that I want to do though before we sign off, and it does involve this page. Okay, now that I'm on this task page, what if I wanted to go back to my tasks page, right? The main app page. I have no way of doing that right now. What I could do is I could just copy the header that I already have on my app page, plop that over here on my task page, right? And maybe I'll add a different button to it, which is go back to app, and we'll give it a different look as well. And that simply takes the user back to the app page. But I need to reassign this logout buttons logic, which doesn't exist. If I remove this and I go onto the app page, I can actually copy this header using copy special, copy with workflows. And that means that when I paste it somewhere, it's going to be pasted with its workflows, right? So I can, on the page here, I'm going to right click, paste special, paste with workflow. And now if we observe this logout button, we'll see that this logout workflow was preserved. It was copied along. So that would be kind of one way to do this. And I'll add my button back quickly with its workflow. And okay, that works fine, but let's say I want to make some changes to this header. We have more pages in our application. Let's say, for example, I want to actually have, we don't need this logged in necessarily, but it's kind of helpful for now, but maybe I want to add some kind of logo. This is like my task manager app, and this is just going to be like my fill-in logo. I'm going to choose some fancy font here. So I want to make that change here to this header, and I also notice it's got a little bit of a rounded border. I don't want that. I just want to change the roundness to 0 and just make it squared off. I've actually been doing that all on my task page. So my task page looks like this, but my app page now looks like this. So now I've got to make, okay, what do I got to do? I'm going to copy this and I'm going to make that app page header look exactly the same. This is clearly not a very good way of doing things. We already talked about the dry principle, right? Do not repeat yourself. And here very clearly we are repeating ourselves. So the way around this is to use one of the most important bubble concepts, and one that is much more powerful than we have time to go into right now. To solve this, we're going to use a concept called reusable elements. And a reusable element is exactly what it says on the tin. Let me show you how it works. I'm going to remove this header from our app page altogether. And I'm instead going to go back to our task page where we have the header where we're happy with this, right? If we could just have this same header exist on our app page and on our task page, we would be happy. That's what a reusable element allows us to do. It allows us to define a header or any element like this in one place and then reuse it in multiple parts of our application. So let's say that this is how we want our reusable element to look, this group header, right? I can right click on this group and I can go convert to reusable element. We give the reusable element a name. So let's call it our header. And then we end up in what seems like a new page in our application where all we actually see is this. It looks like the same elements. Bubble has actually stripped out the background color here. So I'm going to add that back so that we can actually see what we're working with. There we go. In fact, I think it was this guy over here. And it looks like if we go into our workflows that we have our actions and logic preserved. So if we look up here on the top left of our application and we click on this, we see that we now have this slightly pink entry called header. And it's got this diamond shape next to it, okay? This is a reusable element. So all of these guys are pages, right? And this is a reusable element. Now here's what's cool. If we go to our app page and I scroll down here in the elements tree, right down the bottom, I can see all of the reusable elements that exist within my Bubble application. We've obviously only got one here, which is the header, but if I click on that and then I drag it onto the page, right, there it is. If I open up my app page now, there's the header, right? It has the logic preserved. I can log out. Right? I'm just going to log back in for simplicity. And what I can also do is now on my task page over here, I can remove the old header because what we did is we basically copied this existing header and turned that copy into a reusable element. So the original here is kind of surplus to requirements. We don't need it. What I can do is I can backspace to remove it, then come down and again, grab the header, drag it onto the page. And now if I open up one of my tasks, I'm actually going to amend this workflow so it opens in a new tab because that's going to make our life a little easier. So on our app page, group selected task, we've got this button, go to page task. I actually have this option here to open in a new tab. I'm going to do that so that we can sort of see both of these pages side by side. My app page, which we're currently on, then if I go and open this post YouTube video, we can now see that across the app page and the task page, we've got the same header. And now, just like with styles, if I go and I open up my header reusable element, so this is like editing a page, except we're just editing this one little subset of our application, this one module, right, which is this reusable element. If I decide I want to change the color to say this purple or even orange, so it's more obvious, and I now check both of my pages, okay, there's the change reflected on the app page, there's that same change reflected on the task page, right? So we're defining how this reusable element, how this component should look and behave in one place, and then we're reusing it, we're plopping it into multiple parts of our application, which makes things way easier to maintain going forward, because we don't have to just be constantly making the same change in multiple places, right? Really, really critical thing for us to use while building is reusable elements. So I'm gonna change it back to that color. And then the last thing here is, like, on the app page itself, do we really want to see the Go to App button? That doesn't make sense to show when we're already on the app page, right? So we can add conditional logic here inside of the reusable to account for this. So this button, Go to App, I could actually say, let's keep this invisible by default and add a condition that says when the current page, so there's an operator here that Bubble gives us, if I go and search for page, which is the current page name. So in the current page name, in this case, we want to say when it's not the app page. On every other page that we might use this reusable, we could show this button go to the app page. But if we're not on the app page, so current page name is not app, in that situation, then I want you to be visible. Okay, so here we are on the app page and it's not visible. Here we are on the task page and it is visible. All right, if you made it this far, congratulations. We fit in a ton of stuff there, and hopefully it's just got you more excited about what you can build. So you'll be wondering what to learn next. Everything that we built today was with a fixed layout, right? We were dragging elements exactly where we wanted to put them on the page. But out in the real world, and when you're building your app, you don't want them to be fixed, you want them to be responsive. And we didn't have the time to cover that today, but I do have a video which I'll link to up here, which covers how you can build a responsive web application. Otherwise, if you want to learn Bubble and build your app as quickly as possible, a couple of resources I'll pop in the description. One is my Bubble starter pack. There I put all the tips and tricks, best practices, recommended plugins, third-party tools that I've picked up over the years bubbling. And the other is if you want a more holistic, comprehensive, step-by-step video guide to building your app with Bubble, my course, Think It, Build It, might be for you. You can check that out in the description as well. Otherwise, best of luck to you. Happy bubbling.